Working. Yellow. Is everything working? Let's see. Let me double check and make sure everything is working as intended. Let's see. Okay. All right. It doesn't seem to be. Okay. All right, we're back. You know, just a little bit of technical difficulties, guys. You know, but we are back. All right. So we got Sir Chris. Welcome back. Welcome back, all you guys. I don't know what happened. Went down for just a second, but we're back up. It's not how many times you get hit. It's how many times you keep getting hit and keep getting back up. Yeah, terrible Rocky impression. Terrible Rocky impression, but, you know, we do what we do. All right. Yeah. It's not about how hard you get hit. It's about how hard you keep getting hit and keep getting back up. Adrian. Okay. It was, I don't know. Brothers, I put that label, your #1 most authentic content creator, on my channel as a joke when we were dealing with the YouTube demonetization issue where they were calling every channel inauthentic content. But it seems like this title, this self-imposed title, ends up being true. Because I was one of the first and one of the only people to come out and give an honest opinion about the Odyssey. Christopher Nolan's Odyssey is such an embarrassing mess. It is one of the worst movies that I've seen this year, and potentially one of the worst movies that I've seen in the past 10 years. And everyone wants to dance around the reality of this film, okay? They want to say, well, why do you have an issue with Lupita Nyong'o playing Helen of Troy, but you don't really have an issue with, with Tom Holland playing Telemachus? Well, first of all, I wouldn't have chosen Tom Holland to play that as well. So it's not like I'm happy with one or happy with the other. But the reality is that Lupita Nyong'o is so different from what the author intended and so different from what she should have been. You see, these are stories of myth, of fantasy, of heroes, of titans, gods, wars. And you have people today that want to deconstruct the hero. They want to rewrite. What does it even mean to be a hero? They want to deconstruct the stories to say, well, this conventionally unattractive, like this unconventionally attractive woman, you know, that's how they would put it, right? I would say she's conventionally unattractive. They say she's unconventionally attractive. But they want to put her in there because she's black, because she's ugly, and that's making a message. That's stunning and brave. No, it just immediately takes you out of the experience. It takes you out of the story when, oh, she's supposed to be one of the most beautiful women in the world, and you look at her and you start laughing. Now, in certain roles, that's fine, but when you are supposed to be the most beautiful woman in the world, yeah, people are going to stop and go, what the fuck? Now, that's by no means the only issue with casting. But you have a lot of these just low IQ race hustling retards that are trying to make the case, what's the big deal here? It's a big deal. It's a big deal. We don't want any more race swapping. We don't want any more black people encroaching and taking spaces where they don't belong. And they're not wanted. Hollywood has created this artificial quota system, And the American people are not buying it. They don't want it. Now, you could say, well, but people are still going to see the Odyssey, but not because of that, in spite of that. Because the Odyssey is bigger than Christopher Nolan. The Odyssey is bigger than a lot of these actors. And Greeks are not happy about this, but I don't think you need to be Greek to be in the movie. I mean, you could, if you would put this movie in the hands of somebody like Mel Gibson, we would have gotten an actual 10 out of 10 banger experience. Mel Gibson gave us Apocalypto, where Mel Gibson hired local people and created like one of the most genuine experiences in film. So I wanted to point this out, and I wanted to talk about this, but we have so much to go over because there are a lot of people that just refuse to accept reality. They don't want to accept it. So here we got John Bernthal talking about Lupita Nyong'o being Helen of Troy.
What do you feel like you learned from working with Lupita, if I can ask you, John?
For me, there's no one else in the world who could have done that, who comes with a level of beauty, both inside and out, that you...
I mean, there's no one else he could have imagined to play Helen of Troy. There's no one else he could have imagined to play Helen of Troy. It's got to be her. Why? Because of her beauty inside and out. Now, her beauty inside and out. She could be a beautiful person on the inside. She's not an ugly person per se, but she's not attractive. She's not attractive. And this is probably gonna be one of the most controversial things that I say. And that's how you know it's the truth. Traditionally, African features are not attractive. They're just not. The hair, the cheekbones, all the it's not. It's not as attractive as white European women. It's just not. And you could say, well, no. All the dating apps back this up. All the dating apps back this up. What they're trying to do here is something intentional. They're trying to say, well, we know that to be true, but we want to rewrite beauty standards. You're never going to rewrite beauty standards. You are never going to do it. Because even if you were to get me banned or demonetized or something, even if you were to go out there and say, this guy's racist, shout it from the rooftops, it doesn't change the reality. And people think this, they just don't say it. And that's why we see culture being bifurcated in the way that it is, because you have some people that are so afraid of the truth and reality that they just won't say it. There's a reason why, if you were to pick the most beautiful woman in the world, it would not be a sub-Saharan African woman. I'm sorry. It's just not. Now, it doesn't mean that she's an ugly or terrible person. It just means that for the role of Helen of Troy, she has to be attractive. Because when we have, the story of Troy, it makes total sense that, yes, there are other pressures, other things going on, but you have to have this woman be believable enough that Prince Paris of Troy would be so smitten with her that he would decide, I'm willing to give up my life and everything to have this woman. That would have to be a woman of such unparalleled beauty that you would basically lose your mind. But in this story, you're meant to believe that she is the one that causes all this. No. I'm sorry, no. And again, there are an endless parade of virtue signalers that don't want to be honest about this. What they want to do is like Piers Morgan. You can't say that. You can't say that traditionally African features are less attractive. That's racist. that is so uncouth and racist. You can't say that. Even though Pierce Morgan knows it's true. People like Pierce know it's true. They're virtue signalers. That's what they are. That's all they are. It's pathetic. But you look at this and it's just, there's something wrong and you know it's wrong. And you have people that are actively pushing back against that because they think that them recognizing that there's something that's wrong, they think that that is wrong in and of itself, and it's not.
What do you feel like you learned from working with Lupita, if I can ask you, John?
For me, there's no one else in the world who could have done that, who comes with a level of beauty, both inside and out, that you believe somebody would. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, this is just such rich interior life that, to me, us sitting there, it's like this palpability of anger, of shame, of regret, of love, of, you know, all this stuff that's probably been spoken and unspoken. You know, you could kind of just feel it between us while we were doing that. And what a awkward, insane, twisted, you know, family they are now, and really unhealthy. And probably from sort of the beginning. I love what you just said, you know, just about the economy of it, to try to convey that all within the limitations of just a little bit of screen time, and just to have it sort of exist between us. I don't think there's anyone else that could do that. I'm just so glad it was her.
Just empty word salad. Just empty word salad. Just, oh yeah, oh no, she's beautiful inside and out, and I felt the spirit of this. It's just mumbo jumbo. The reality is that everyone who watched this knew something was wrong. The moment that they saw her as Helena Troy, they knew something was wrong, but they didn't want to say it. Because you have people, in some cases, that would literally rather die than acknowledge reality and acknowledge the truth. You have people that would rather allow themselves to get stabbed and just die than accuse somebody who actually did it if they happen to be black. Like, it is so insane to me.
Shout out to
watching this unfold. But here we go. Guys, are you ready for it?
Christopher Nolan.
Are you ready for the humiliation ritual? Okay? When you're watching The Odyssey, the last thing in the world that you want to hear is from some rapper.
A trick to break the walls of Troy and burn it, screaming to the ground.
So, yeah, it's pretty bad, pretty jarring, pretty obnoxious, pretty unbelievably obnoxious. But here's the thing, and this is going to be tough. There are a lot of people that don't like this movie. It's not just me. It's not just, oh, he's just a bigot and a misogynist and a racist. No, there are a lot of people that don't like this movie for a wide variety of reasons. And what you're going to see here is that no matter where you look, there are going to be people that articulate this, because picking Emily Wilson's depiction of the Odyssey was the foundation upon shit with which he built his poop house. He built this monument of shit on a foundation of shit. It's crazy to me. You pick this feminist slop interpretation to ground your entire work.
Christopher Nolan butchered the most important detail in the Odyssey because he used this terrible Emily Wilson translation. I just saw Nolan's new Odyssey last night, and while it is a fantastic standalone movie, there's one detail that
I don't have to agree with everything that somebody says, by the way. I think she's wrong there. I don't think it's a fantastic standalone movie.
Literature lover just can't get over. So here's my review of the new Odyssey film and why you should read the Fagles translation rather than Emily Wilson.
Yeah, so even the women are like, yeah, this feminist slop is not what we want. So we got Decoy Voice saying The Odyssey was just a Netflix exclusive movie. Bunch of A-list actors with high school play scripts. He's not wrong. So we got I don't care if this is War and Peace. I'm not watching that ugly ass woman on screen. Yeah, and by the way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long. It doesn't matter how long a person is on screen. Like, yeah, she Helen Troy was only on screen for like 4 minutes. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When you establish this character is on screen for any length of time and it's wrong, it could be 10 seconds and people are going to notice and have an issue with it. So we got excluding Greeks from their own story. Greeks are largely sidelined in their most important national epic, while international Hollywood stars take all major roles. Matt Damon is Odysseus. Race swap casting and hypocrisy. Diverse casting ignores Greek heritage and Homer's descriptions of a time when other cultures demand strict authenticity. Yeah, can you imagine Moana? Like the live action Moana, and instead of having like Hawaiian actors, do you remember the controversy when you had live action Moana? And it was, or no, it wasn't Moana. It was live action Lilo and Stitch. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember live action Lilo and Stitch? There were people, these leftoids on the internet that were furious. They were furious. How dare you make a Lilo and Stitch and not use actual Hawaiian actors? How dare you? That was their odyssey. That was their fight. Do you remember that? Do you guys remember that with Lilo and Stitch, the live action version? How they had to recast. They had to recast actors because the uproar was so huge. The fact is that no matter how you look at this, these people have no problem with vandalization of Greek culture. But Lilo and Stitch, apparently that's a line too far. Says the feminist interpretation of Homer. We talked about that. Gender swapping of characters. We talked about that. Dark, gloomy aesthetic. It says, turns sunny, colorful Greece, known for light and beauty, into a desaturated, dark, moody world. Wrong costumes, Robin Hood style. True. We got Viking ships. You know, you like the Viking ships? Reinvented monsters. Modern dialogue. Yeah, everything wrong. Yeah, it's pretty good. I have to say, that's a pretty good list.
So I'm off to see The Odyssey, which is Christopher Nolan's latest film. It's been surrounded by controversy over its casting choices and some of the comments made by the actors and director during the press tour. So let's see whether the backlash has been completely overblown or whether the criticism is actually justified. I'm so tired. I feel like I've put in a full shift. The biggest problem with the film, actually, surprisingly, even though it was 3 hours long, was the pacing. It still somehow felt rushed because Nolan clearly was trying to fit so much of Homer's epic into a single film. Personally, I think this should have been split into two. The story is just too big, and because it moves so quickly, you never really get to know the characters, and I think that in turn really hurts the script. And there are only so many things even great actors can do when the material isn't giving them that much to work with. Which brings me also to the cast. This was one of the most star-studded casts I've seen in a long time, but for me, the cast became bigger than the story. I never stopped seeing famous actors. I was constantly aware that I was watching Matt Damon, Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland, Robert Pattinson. I mean, Travis Scott was in there. I also went in hoping the debate around the casting had been overblown, but unfortunately it was really distracting. It's a universal story set within a very specific ancient Greek civilization. For the love of God, Ithaca actually exists. It's west of mainland Greece. Matt Damon is a good actor, but I don't think this version of Odysseus was nearly as layered as he should have been. Homer's Odysseus is clever, arrogant, charming, flawed, and I never really saw that many sides of him. I also didn't think Matt Damon and Anne Hathaway had much chemistry, which is a problem when that relationship is supposed to be the emotional center of the film. The one area where I thought the film actually absolutely delivers is visually. So the cinematography is stunning, and I really like Nolan's use of flashbacks and the way he played with the chronology of the story, and that's where his strengths as a filmmaker really came through. Overall, I'd give this film a 5 out of 10. I think he rushed the script, and some distracting casting choices got in the way of what could have been an incredible adaptation. It's not a terrible film, but I do think the critics have been far more generous than I would be, and this is not something I would bother seeing again, especially not 3 hours.
I mean, that's a very generous review. 5 out of 10. But you see, the reason why I wanted to show you that, it's not just me. It's not just, oh, the white racist chuds. This is a black woman. A black woman repeating the very things that I've said. The very things that I've said. So, this is not just, oh, I can attribute this to racism, or I can attribute this to chuddery. All right? I just made that up. Chuddery. No. The movie is bad. The movie is not good. She gave it a 5 out of 10, and that is generous. The movie, in truth, is a 2 out of 10 movie. And the reason that it's so bad is not, it isn't just because, oh, well, Helena Troy was white, so, if you do anyone but white, then it's going to get a lower score. That's not what we're talking about. Let me see if I can pull up. Let me see if I can pull up what she looks like. Oh, no. Well, it was a good idea in theory, and then I realized that. Where's she from? She's okay. Okay, let me see if I can't just pull this up. Bear with me, please. Why do you not just have the? Okay, the image was right there, and then I clicked on it, and it's like, no, just kidding. And no, just kidding. But here, I'll use this one as an example. This wasn't going to be my first. But here we go, okay? This is from the Miss Universe, okay? This is France, okay? If you chose somebody like her to play Helena Troy, I don't think anyone would have an issue, okay? I don't think anyone would have an issue. I think it is the combination of things. It's sort of like in World of Warcraft when you're playing a boss and he's doing a lot of damage, but then he adds like a buff. He adds a debuff. And the debuff does, 2 to 3 times damage. And so while you're already, you're a tank, you can take a lot of hits, but this guy is already dealing a lot of damage, and then he hits you with the debuff. And now you were taking this amount of damage, now you're taking like 4 times the damage. And, the healers are just not going to be able to keep up. You got to get that cleansed. So, if you want to go with somebody that's dark-skinned to play Helena Troy to send a message about beauty standards, you can do that. But the fact is, she's got to be attractive. Now, by the way, this doesn't work in reverse. It's not like you can choose somebody who's white and then make her ugly either. Her being beautiful is a prerequisite. It's non-negotiable. But if you were to choose somebody who is unattractive, for this role, she's unattractive, okay? If you were just to see her in public, you'd be like, okay, she's not like hideously ugly. But as Helena Troy, yeah, no. So that's what I'm saying here. It is an obvious change that was done not with the best interest of the movie or the show or franchise, or whatever it is. It's not done with the best interest. It's political. So here we go. Wait.
It
says, wait. So there is not Achilles in Hades at all? And Nolan's adaptation? No Achilles? Elliot Page plays Sinon? I mean, I get that Achilles is not a major character. Here's the thing. Here's the thing that they're not understanding. I'm not talking about this person specifically. But when you say that Helen of Troy does not play a big role in the Odyssey, that's fine. But she played a big role in the Iliad. And the Iliad is before the Odyssey. So it should feel like it's two parts of a story. You should have the Iliad and you should have the Odyssey. Because it is the entirety. It's like saying, I have the Old Testament of the Bible and the New Testament. You don't want one without the other. You want the whole book. But they're like, no, we're going to only take the Old Testament and we're only going to do this part. We're going to ship this part. No. You want to keep it as true to the material because you want to feel like it's a coherent story. Honestly, what I would have done if I were in the position of total creative control, I would have said, okay, we need to get Mel Gibson to direct this movie that is a continuation. I know he's busy. Let's see if we can get him. And let's have this be a continuation of Troy. We're going to get Sean Bean to play the main role. You know, he was Ned Stark. We're going to get him to play the main role. And he's going to be Odysseus. He's going to be Odysseus. That would have been incredible. You could have made changes. But it would have been a link to the movie Troy. And if you kept some of the aesthetics and some of the visuals, you could have even had some of the flashbacks in the Odyssey be footage from Troy. Just altered and changed. My point is, what we lost as a result of this, it's unacceptable. It's incredibly unacceptable.
I was excited for the Odyssey, but not now.
Oh, and here we go. Here we got Nick Fuentes and I agreeing. Okay? Nick Fuentes and I are agreeing on the Odyssey. We agree on this.
I was excited for the Odyssey, but not now that they have like Zendaya in it and Travis Scott. It's like, I really did not want to shut out about that movie. I really didn't. I saw Keith Woods. It's like every day with this guy. The Odyssey just named another black actor in it. It's like, bro, who cares? Give it a rest. But he's right. I didn't want to shut out over that movie, but I'm going to have to because it's just getting excessive. It's just gratuitous. When they said that black girl was going to be the woman, I was like, that's crazy, but whatever. When they said Zendaya was going to be in it, I was like, okay. Travis Scott, bro. Christopher Nolan. I mean, come on. What are we doing? So I was excited, but now my excitement is dampened, to say the least. I'm still going to go see it. We're all going to go see it, obviously. But yeah, what are we doing with all these nogs, man? The Nogacy. They should call it the Nogacy because it's all nogs in it. No nignogs in my Odyssey, just whites. There's no nogs in Greece. There's no nogs in 4th century Greece.
I mean, he's right. It is a completely different demographic. By the way, this is Lupita Nyong'o. This is Helen of Troy.
The favorite one. Yeah, it's a shot in the dark. That's
my favorite mythological Person or what?
Or creature. You can choose.
Yo, man, I'm jet lagged. I don't think I can take it down. No,
You have a beautiful.
You know what I think it is? I'm just going to be honest. And I know some people will have an issue. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you why symmetrically people have an issue with African features like this. I saw it. It is the shape of the head, like the elongation of the back of the head that looks sort of like an alien. And then it's the almost like bubble forehead. The bubble forehead that looks like she's got a knot on her head. And somebody in chat points out, where's her boobs? That is also, that is also, but just like the cheekbones, the weird shape in head, the bubble forehead. You are meant to depict one of the most attractive women on earth. And that's an important part of the role. That's an important part of the story. But you made that change for absolutely no reason. And then you want to put the onus back on us that if we don't accept it, there's something wrong with our eyes or ears. We're the ones that are the issue. No, you are the ones with the issue. You apparently have some issue with beauty, and that's your problem. Oh my gosh. The 1997 version is so much better. It's unreal. Let's see. I like Agamemnon and Troy. Yeah, I like Agamemnon and Troy.
Seriously, are we really thinking that?
Here we go. Kangman Lee. Come on, Kangman. Take it home, brother.
Seriously, are we really thinking that the woman on the right is such a beautiful woman?
He's going to say it. I'm not alone. Oh, man. Come on, Kangman Lee. Come on. Take it all the way. Say it. Say the truth, brother. The truth shall set you free.
Whose face launched 1,000 ships.
Come on.
And this is what communists do.
Oh,
they tell you not to believe your eyes, the things that you see.
Yep.
Only believe the dogma of the party, or else you'll be.
Okay, Kangman. Let me give you a suggestion, brother. Why, on God's green earth, is the South Korean flag more prominent in your video than the American flag? You better switch those damn flags, brother. You better make the American flag more prominent. Put it on the right side. In fact, okay. To be fair, though, he does have a little mascot on his desk with an adorable American flag. Okay, so we'll give him a pass. But I looked at this and I'm like, I can see more of the South Korean flag than the American flag. What sort of trickery is this? No, it's fine. I'm only kidding, but I do like to see the American flag. I do like to pull out the American flag. I want to see the American flag more prominent. I want to see it there. You say, I'm an American, damn it. There's no confusion here. You're coming to an American stream. Maybe if you wanted to like have the little hamster, a little rat having like a little South Korean flag and have two American flags. Like, you could have two American flags and the guy wearing an American flag hat and then a little South Korean flag and the little hamster. I mean, come on, let's American it up. I do like the cross, though. The cross should stay. The cross is beautiful. Love the cross. Love it there. But, I mean, this needs to be injected with America. Where's your bald? You need a bald eagle. Okay? Kangman Lee, You need a bald fucking eagle. You need, like, I don't know how you do it, but, like, when you're streaming just randomly, like, you could have it, like, attached to, like, a thing across the thing, and it just sort of slides. Gah! Don't actually listen to me. You need a little pulley rope where you pull the lever and the little bald eagle flies across your screen in the back. Gah! Hell yeah, brother. Get some sparklers in the background. Yeah, we're gonna turn this into a true American stream.
Be excommunicated and destroyed. And that's what they do. They call you a hateful person for saying, oh, you don't think that she's beautiful? You're racist. You're racist. You just hate black people. It's like, no, the person who's supposed to be cast for the most beautiful woman.
All right. I'm dying. He almost said it. He was so close. So, Ben Shapiro loved The Odyssey. Ben Shapiro loved The Odyssey. 9 out of 10. I responded. Consume the goy slop. Consume the goy slop. $245,000 views. This is my post talking about Ben Shapiro liking The Odyssey. Consume the goy slop. That's what I'm saying. That should tell you everything you need to know about how disastrously bad this movie is. I just watched Christopher Nolan. It's Odyssey. It wasn't a movie. It wasn't a movie. It was a $250 million cinematic crime against Homer, and the worst experience I've ever had in the cinema. He's not wrong.
Ooh, brother, we were told.
Now let me just, after everything that I've said, okay, let me explain to you again where I'm coming from. Let me explain to you what we could have had, what we should have had.
King Odysseus is hid in the hills.
Odysseus? That old bastard drinks my wine and never pays.
I want to respect your king.
Respect him? I'd like to punch him in the face. He's pouring at my wife, trying to tear her clothes off. I hope Agamemnon's generals are smarter than his emissaries.
What did you say?
You want me to help you fight the Trojans?
Oh, are you? Forgive us.
You see what we could have had? You see? This is what it could have been. Sean Bean was made for that role.
King Odysseus.
Well, I miss my dog.
I'm gonna miss my dog. I mean, he would have been. They should have done this 20 years ago, but he would have been absolutely perfect. He would have been absolutely perfect to play Odysseus. I thought there we go. We got The Simpsons. You don't have to sit through a 3-hour woke interpretation of The Odyssey when this episode of The Simpsons is available.
Now, throughout history, when people get wood, they'll think of Trojans.
Aw, oh, look at them, sleeping like little angels. Spare no one. Remember, just 'cause their heads are off, it don't mean they're dead.
Now I can return to Ithaca and my sweet wife Penelope.
Odysseus, do not forget to thank the gods for our victory with an appropriate animal sacrifice.
Forget it! Sacrificing animals is barbaric! Now have the slaves kill the wounded. No sacrifice? We'll teach that mortal to trifle with the gods?
I got it! Ah!
You fat lust, you just destroyed Atlantis!
You used to be fun! Where's the Zeus who used to turn into a cow and pick up chicks?
He grew up. Maybe you should too. Poseidon, you take care of Odysseus.
Yar, I'll send him far. Of course.
Hey, that's kind of catchy.
It's coming from that island. Let's steer heedlessly towards it.
Heedlessly it is.
In chat, somebody says Mr. Burns should have been Zeus.
Don't you remember how I came here? I begged to take Antinous' place.
Pew! Pew!
For Daddy.
Face. I launched 1,000 ships.
We're Greeks. From Ithaca.
Oh, God.
Zeus is
I think it's asleep.
And Bernie, scream into the ground.
Oh my gosh. This movie is such a meme factory. It's so garbage. How can you people pretend to like this? How can you give it a 10 out of 10? Are you fucking retarded? Stop consuming the goy slop. Stop consuming garbage and convincing yourself it's good. What is wrong with you people? This was an abomination. It was fucking embarrassing. I've been waiting 20 years for a movie like this, and you pissed it away for nothing. God, it's so disgraceful. You are an embarrassment to your ancestors and this country and your lineage. If you support this movie, I immediately think less of you. I do. If you say, I like the Odyssey 2026, instantly I think less of you. As a human being and everywhere else, I think less of you. How could you like this? Holy crap. Based.
All right, so I saw this scene on Twitter earlier, right? And I've been having to yuck about it all day. You can already see what it is. It's Lupita Wakanda's cameo as Helena Troy in the new
Lupita Wakanda. Lupita Wakanda. Oh, what a name.
Odyssey movie. Basically, what you see happen here, John Bernthal is showing his hose to Spider-Man or whatever, and Helen is one of them. And as soon as, I gotta tell y'all, right there. As soon as Menelaus makes Helen turn her head and tries to show her how busted her face is after the siege on Troy, the first time I saw that, I couldn't stop laughing. Because it's this teeny tiny little rinky-dink scar. Doesn't even look like it was acquired during a fight. Honestly, it looks like a rock just fell and hit her in the face. It's not that bad. And you can tell the scene is going for like a war is terrible, look what it does to people type of deal. Oh gosh! But the whole thing falls pretty flat.
Look,
going for like a war. Tell the scene is going for like a war is
the most beautiful woman in the world. All right, guys, the most beautiful woman. Wow, stunning. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, guys. Wow, the check just cleared. Wow, she's so beautiful. Guys, she's, oh, I can't even. I waited like 20 years for this movie. I waited like 20 years for this movie. Ever since Troy, I was waiting for the Odyssey, and they deliver it, and it's a steaming pile of shit. It's one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. 2010 Clash of the Titans looks better than this. This right here, this image right here, encapsulates the whole thing. An ugly, frumpy look.
It's terrible. Look what it does to people, type of deal.
God.
But the whole thing falls pretty flat. But it took it took me a moment, but then it hit me because I've seen this exact same scene before in another Chris Nolan movie. Let me drag and drop it over. Tell me in the replies if y'all recognize this one. Hold up. Right here.
Know which of my men I can trust. Why would you listen to me now? I'm sorry, Harvey. No. No, you're not.
Chris Nolan.
As a Greek American, can I not claim cultural appropriation by Nolan? That cosplaying woman didn't launch 1,000 ships. It offends me.
Yeah, it should. It should offend you. They took a giant piss on your culture. One of the most prominent Greek stories. And they changed it. They changed it, they butchered it, they bastardized it for no reason. Thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate your support.
You fucking amateur! Here, hold on. Let me minimize myself again, just so y'all can see it some more. Let me get the side by side. Same exact. It's literally the same facial expression too. Holy shit! It's the same fucking thing. You fucking charlatan. Holy fuck.
I mean, damn. Oh man, Nolan getting it from all sides. That's pretty bad. So, in conclusion, guys, we've talked about Troy.
No. Good morning, everybody.
We've talked about Troy. We've talked about all of these different movies. And here's the thing. If you like the 2026 Odyssey, some people will tell you that it's okay that you like that movie. I'm here to tell you that it's not. I want you to tell me why you liked the movie. What about it stood out that you thought it was good enough to say that you liked it, that it was good, it was a great movie? What about the movie do you think is do you think it's the music? Well, no, of course you don't think it's the music because the music wasn't good. You think it's the costumes? No, of course not, because the costumes are terrible. What about this story do you think is exceptionally done? What about this story do you think this is as good as it can get? Like, I'm curious. So let me know. You let me know. You let me know what you think. Anyway, we're gonna wrap up this video. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. Okay, let me upload this. Okay. All right, let me get that. there. Okay. The Odyssey. Okay. All right. Okay. If you take that off, change that. Okay. Yeah, let me say thank you to Renal MD for the support and the donation. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the donations, brother. I mean, it means a lot. The support means a lot. Let's see. All right. Let me edit this real quick. Okay. So somebody said Angry Joe did a review of the Odyssey. Oh boy, dare I? Dare I even look at that? Dare I look at... I don't know. I don't know. How hard do I want to go in on Angry Joe? I don't know. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look, I guess. Now, guys. Okay, Angry Joe. Okay. It's an hour long, yeah. Let's see. Where does he do the final verdict? Did he give it a score? Is there any score? I mean, it's pathetic. It's pathetic that Joe would... Oh, man. Cringe! Cringe opening. Come on. What do you got, Joe?
Hey guys, welcome to the spoiler section. So, oh man, I gotta be honest. I shed a tear.
The spoiler section. So maybe there's a non-spoiler section. Oh, he did a movie review. It's 21 minutes. Okay, that's much more manageable. Okay, let's speed him up. Oh my God, that's so generic. Oh, Joe. That is so unbelievably generic. Oh gosh.
Hey guys, we just got back from Chris Nolan's epic fantasy action film, The Odyssey, written and directed by Christopher Nolan, and obviously an adaptation of Homer's ancient Greek epic. And
I wonder if he knows that the adaptation is not actually Homer's, but is a feminist interpretation of Homer. You know, somebody says the intro was authentic. Yeah, that is true. Joe is generic and boring. I wonder if Joe realizes that the adaptation is not Homer. It's a feminist interpretation of Homer from like 2015.
there's much to be said about the film online before this thing even came out. I mean, we can address some of that in the spoiler section, but let's focus on what we thought of the content of the film. Holy shit. This is a damn good movie. Now, that is what an epic should be like. This.
Oh, yeah, that's what an epic should be like, really. Man, this guy is so low IQ and so easily impressed. I promise you, Joe has not read the Odyssey. If he has, maybe it was like 20 years ago. I would be very surprised if he's actually read the Odyssey.
Is epic in every sense of the word.
It's not epic in every sense of the word. No, the costumes are shit. The music. What part of it is epic? Okay, I need to know.
Man, great performances,
So you're just generically just glazing the film. It's awesome. It's an epic. Joe, the performances were not good. Like, I don't know. I think maybe this is a coping mechanism because he doesn't want the Chuds to get another victory after Supergirl. But Joe, like, the movie was not good. The costumes were shit. Like, the casting was shit. It was terrible. The visuals were not good. Like, we talked about it. We went over all of the different reasons why this particular, like, oh gosh. I don't know. Should we do a full reaction to this? Should we do a full reaction to this? Is this something you guys want to see me do and break this down? I don't know. If there's an interest for it, I might consider it. But I mean that would be a lot of work for me to go through Joe's incoherent just nonsense. I mean that is an absolute chore. I mean, I don't know. Do we want to go through this? You guys have to let me know. We got Heinrich with the perturbed Pedro on auto show. Safa, yeah, you're not kidding. Yeah, Safa, yeah, you're not kidding. Now, this is just a younger Biden with all the flaws. What did you say, fat? Okay. Okay. All right. Maybe make a poll. Okay, I will. All right. Just a younger Biden with all the I am the number one most authentic viewer interactive channel on the internet. Should we do full react to peeved Pedro's Odyssey review? All right. It's up there on YouTube. Should we do a full react to Peeved Pedro's Odyssey review? And I will let the audience decide. You guys are the ultimate judge. We still have to talk about Iran. What's going on in Iran? We have to talk about the Iran war. We are bombing the shit out of Iran, and it's pretty crazy. But yeah, basically what you have to ask yourself is, do you want me to suffer? Yeah, that's what you have to ask yourself. Do you want me to suffer? Is the answer yes or the answer no? Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, unfortunately, it's looking more and more like it. Come on, get your votes in there. What the hell are you lazy assholes doing? It doesn't cost you anything to vote. Start making your votes. Get in there. Oh man, I'm gonna regret saying that because it seems no. I'm gonna regret saying that because it seems like the yes is winning. Oh, the no's are coming from behind. The no's are coming from behind. Oh, come on. Let's go, no. 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 Come on. Come on, no's. Come on. I don't want to do it. I don't want. No. Wrong direction. No. No, please. Please have mercy. No. No. What have I ever done to make you treat me with such disrespect? Oh gosh. What have I ever done to make you treat me with such disrespect? On the day of my daughter's wedding, oh man, the yeses are, oh gosh. I regret democracy. Vote no, show mercy. Yeah, true. True. Oh man. Oh. I don't know. It's not looking good, boys. It's not looking good. And I mean, I don't think it's close anymore. I don't think it's close. We got 71% yes. We got 73% yes now. 27% no. Guys, if I am to be a man of my word, I'm going to have to go through the Angry Joe review of the Odyssey. Okay. We got 65%, 35%. All right. All right, the no's. You need the votes from China. Yeah, the Chinese are not voting. Yeah, my dictator arc begins now. No, I hate democracy. Okay. I think it's pretty clear. The ayes have it. The yes vote is overwhelmingly in the lead. And so we're going to do a full reaction to Angry Joe's Odyssey review. Oh, gosh. I must steel my resolve to deal with the idiocy of Angry Joe or pissed off Pedro. All right. Well, and as they say, I'm a man of my word. So we will okay. Bookmark, Feller and Troy. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. Let me double check one more time. Oh boy, it's even worse. All right. Well, you guys spoke, and I will respond in kind. Oh, come on. Okay. All right. Brothers, I just want to say that I am doing this video at gunpoint. My audience has forced me to do this. Yes, it was my fault to run a poll in my stream chat, but they have demanded that I do a reaction and a review of Angry Joe's review of The Odyssey 2026. Now, I don't look forward to this because Angry Joe is probably one of the most insufferable content creators in the movie and film space. This guy is an idiot, but he's so arrogant he thinks that he's intelligent, and that manifests in a lot of really annoying ways. So, let me just break it down for you. This movie, The Odyssey 2026, was one of the worst movies that I've seen this year. It was an embarrassment. And in fact, it may be one of the worst movies that I've seen in the past 10 years. That includes Supergirl, Captain Marvel. This is one of the worst. Because the opportunity here, the potential of this movie is greater than all of those movies combined. Because The Odyssey has a built-in interest and fan base from people that have read the book for years. I'm like, in school, you have to read The Odyssey, but usually people go back and they read it because it's just such an epic tale. It's got heroism. It's got, The Odyssey's got Cyclops, gods. It's got turmoil, family chaos. And it is such an unbelievable story. I don't mean that that it's just like, I'm talking about like a work of, reality. No, it's a mythology story based in a certain period of time, and it's got believable elements because of that. And that's why people love it so much, because it does a lot of things right. But when you get a smug, arrogant actor or series of actors and a director that clearly doesn't understand the material, because Christopher Nolan admitted that he's never actually read The Odyssey, and nobody on set had really read The Odyssey, except for apparently John Leguizamo. Apparently he is the only one that actually read The Odyssey. But the adaptation they chose to work from was a feminist interpretation from 2015. That was the foundation upon which they were going to build their entire architecture. And it fumbled. It fell apart. When you build your palace on shit, it's going to sink into the shit. So, without further ado, brothers, we are going to get in and watch this reaction and review from Angry Joe.
Hey guys, we just got back from Chris Nolan's epic fantasy action film, The Odyssey, written and directed by Christopher Nolan, and obviously an adaptation of Homer's ancient Greek epic. And
it's not an adaptation of his Greek epic. It's an adaptation of a feminist version of the story. Does Joe not realize this? I'm sure he does.
And there's much to be said about the film online before this thing even came out. I mean, we can address some of that in the spoiler section. But let's focus on what we thought of the content of the film.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
It's that bad.
This is a damn good movie. Now,
oh, boy. All right. We're off to a bad start. I mean, listen, I'm just going to say this. If you think this is a good movie, I immediately think less of you. I do. If you say to me, The Odyssey is a good movie, with all of its faults, flaws, missteps, mistakes, blunders, not just marketing, but in the movie itself, I immediately think less of you.
Now that is what an epic should be like. This is epic in every sense of the word. Man, great performances, great.
What performance was great? What performance did you think was great? And by the way, Joe, have you seen any of the other adaptations? Have you seen any of the other versions? Because I can tell you, the scene at the end with Odysseus and the suitors, that scene with Matt Damon, it had no aura at all compared to the 1997 film, The Odyssey 1997 versus the one today. In 1997, that moment had such impact, and aura, and you feel it 20 years later. It was that impactful. But the scene in the movie was so bad. I don't know how you can say this was good. Unless you're talking like nebulous. I want Christopher Nolan to like me, and so I'm going to say that it was good. There was nothing about this that was done better than other iterations that have been done before. Okay?
Great vision. Now, they're not all bangers. There's a few.
Oh, okay. All right. At least we're pulling back here. We went maximum glaze. How fast do you want to go with the glaze? Ludicrous glaze. Okay, that's too fast. Let's pull it back.
Actors that I felt like, maybe not the right person for the
like,
role.
At least Joe will acknowledge that much. You know what? Maybe this review won't be so bad. If Joe was like, "Oh, this is the greatest movie. It was great," but I mean, some of the roles are not great, and some of the performances are not good. Maybe Joe's going to be fair. Maybe I was too harsh on Joe. Come on, Joe, lay it on me. Give me some honesty and truth. You know the movie was not good. You know the performances were not good. Be honest about it.
Try with an accent? No? Okay, whatever, man.
There's
didn't hurt it.
a stylistic choice that Christopher Nolan takes instead of using the Queen's English or some kind of
throw it out the window. Don't worry about it. No
some
accent.
period language or anything.
Yeah, so basically he tried to modernize it, which was embarrassing. It will immediately date the movie. So in 10 years from now, that'll be cringe. Whereas the traditional, like, Queen's English, as he says, that is something that is timeless. Father, mother, that is timeless speech. Mom, Dad. No.
Anything like that. No, my dad and this and that, But honestly, after the first 20 minutes, that kind of stuff just kind of fades away for me. I didn't really notice it. It wasn't bothering me in hour 2 or in the climax, the ending of the film, which was so awesome. It was first 20 minutes, that kind of stuff just kind of fades away for me. I didn't really notice it. It wasn't bothering me in hour 2 or in the climax, the ending of the film, which was all
right, come on. Okay, maybe that's a sticker. Okay, maybe I'm gonna screenshot that a little bit. Maybe that's a sticker. Oh God, we're gonna take that one to the bank. All right, there we go.
So awesome. It was emotional. It made me feel moments of heart-pounding action. The film is really good at building tension. This story takes twists and turns. If you're not familiar with Homer's ancient Greek epic, you're going to be really enjoying it and surprised. There's been several adaptations, some of them good.
You're going to be surprised? Yeah, you are going to be surprised, but not in a good way.
This is yet another one to add on to the pile. It may be one of the best. And the music is really good.
Oh, what? What? No! He just said the music was good. No, the music was not good. Hey, Joe, let me play.
More to Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us.
What? Hasan, get out of here. This isn't your video. This isn't your segment. Why are you speaking? That was crazy. I wasn't even in that tab. Hasan Piker just started talking. From another tab out of nowhere. Oh, man, that was... Get out of here, Hasan. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you an actually good soundtrack. This is called 3,200 years ago by Hans Zimmer. James Horner, sorry. So this is the soundtrack for Troy from James Horner. And it's absolutely epic. So when I talk about the music being bad here, none of the music from this movie, I guarantee you, is going to be anywhere near as epic or memorable. It just isn't. I'm actually kind of shocked that I'm actually kind of shocked he said that. If you want to know the truth. Like, there's so many songs from Troy. Like, there's so many songs from Troy. Like, this music is actually incredible. Yeah, like, you just listen. Let me jump ahead one more time. It's just so good. I just listen to this. How can you say that the music in this iteration, 2026, the Odyssey is better than this? Like, it doesn't compare. It's just on another level. Yeah. It just, I listen. This is going longer than I thought, but just listen to this. It's unbelievable. It's so epic. I mean, it's just, oh gosh, that's fantastic. Like, there is no comparison. And that's what has me upset, is that people like Joe, these people that just consume the slop, they're like pigs eating out of the trough. They just, Hollywood just dumps this garbage, this excess waste, and then it's like, pig, stop eating, stop just consuming the slop. No, the movie was shit. The music was not anywhere near as epic or good as Troy. Like, the performances were not anywhere good or memorable as Troy. And I'm comparing it to Troy because why not? Why not? In 2026, why couldn't we get an epic hero movie like that with Sean Bean playing Odysseus returning home? Which, by the way, Sean Bean played Odysseus in Troy, and he did a fantastic job. Why did you have to bastardize and change everything? Like, I am. I'm getting on a tangential rant. Yes, I am. No, I understand that. But it doesn't, like, it's part of the whole, okay? The music is shit. Like, the music, the sound design, it's not good. The costumes are not good. The casting is atrocious. Travis Scott? Really? Joe? Really? Travis Scott? You thought that was the best? You were just overwhelmed by how cool that was? Like, get the fuck out of here. I'm tired of having to make excuses for criticizing the garbage.
Except for the end credits rap song, I don't under that was totally
that was off.
Don't leave. Don't
I was
leave
like, fine,
me.
all right,
Don't
I'm
leave me
leaving.
with that. But I don't give a fuck because that's the
Everything
credits.
else is good.
So as long as you stay within within everything else, and I thought that Matt Damon was fantastic as Odysseus. The ensemble cast around him does a great job. Tom Holland in particular does a wonderful kind of job as the son trying to live up to the legend. Anne Hathaway's on her best. Robert Pattinson
I think he's a great actor.
Love to hate this motherfucker. He takes his craft very seriously. And that was John Leguizamo, excellent as Eumaeus, the faithful servant and blind swineherd. Man, Charlize Theron, who is not in the film, is basically, it's a who's who of Hollywood, I guess. Now, not everybody, I think, does the best job. I didn't feel like Zendaya really came through in her role, and we'll talk about some more of the actors. But other than that, gosh damn, man. I go to the movies to be transported into a world and immersed and just live in a story and a narrative, and that is exactly what this is. You go on this journey. I think it's creatively told. I think there's different style visuals offering up something.
Don't you remember?
I mean, seriously, are we really?
So I'm off to see the
Christopher.
What do you feel like you learned from working with Lupita, if I can ask you, John?
For me, there's no one else in the world.
You were transported to that world.
Shout out to Christopher Nolan. You
were transported to that world, really?
So I'm off to see the Odyssey.
Is that right? Is that what happened?
What do you feel like you learned?
You know, that's what happened. You were transported there. You're like, wow. I feel so in touch with this movie, right? Yeah, you just, yeah. I cannot believe.
Christopher Nolan. He must love.
I cannot believe that these fucking people
butchered the most important
I'm
detail
like,
in Wilson.
It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing.
So I'm off to see the Odyssey, which is Christopher Nolan's latest.
Yeah. So, by the way, most people that are familiar with the Odyssey hate this movie. They think it's absolute shit.
I mean, seriously.
And you know why they think that? Because it is absolute shit. It's embarrassing. It's one of the most embarrassing things. Oh, here we go. Here, by the way. Here the way. By the way. Here. Yeah, Joe, you like this? You thought this was authentic? You thought this was good?
And Helen is one of them. And as soon as I gotta tell y'all,
Helen and Troy. Yeah, right.
Yeah, right there.
Oh gosh. Joe, you thought that was great? Joe, you were transported into ancient Greece? Huh, wait a minute. That's Helen Troy. She looks sub-Saharan African. I don't understand. This immersed you? You were immersed by this? You've got bald Frank Castle, and you've got Lupita Nyong'o. Like, this did it for you? You were transported to that world? It was an experience for you? Joe, stop fucking lying. You were not transported anywhere. That is such bullshit.
New and different to a tale as old as time. This thing's been told for quite a long time. So some of the armor designs people have poo-pooed on. It didn't bother me. I thought it was.
Well, it didn't bother you. Well, I mean, then that should be it. The designs look like shit. They look terrible.
Aggravated Arturo got famous ranting about the smallest things in relatively decent games, compared to now. Now we'll eat any slop put in front of him.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? That Angry Joe got famous, rather infamous even, on criticizing every tiny detail. But now he just consumes the slop. Huh. And by the way, there was a post from Sargon of Akkad. And Sargon, this is the armor that Joe thinks is okay, by the way. I just want to remind you guys, this is the armor that Joe thinks is okay. Joe likes this armor. This that looks like it's made of like felt material or like plaster. Like they made it to look like it had been like underwater for years. Like it's not meant to look like this. Like, you understand, it didn't look like this when they were wearing it. This looks like shit. I don't know what you're thinking. It says Nolan is so determined to fit everything in his into his post-Catholic morality that he took the Greek concept of xenia, a reciprocal guest-host relationship among civilized people, and universalized it into a simple be kind golden rule, and made that into the central message of his movie. This is a very interesting point because in the Iliad and the Odyssey, we don't see any guilt or grief on the part of those sacking cities. After sacking Troy, Odysseus sets sail off to Thrace and tells us how he sacked Ismarus. His description is cold and abrupt. That's because at the time it's not the same. Like they've adopted Western modern morality into into an old Middle Ages like myth. It says the tragedy here is it says and drove off Odysseus forced off, killing many. This is a pattern repeated throughout Homer. The moral consideration is for the war band and not the victims of the war band. Sacker of cities is an epithet given to great heroes like Achilles and Odysseus. It is a point of pride, as it takes great booty in women. Odysseus feels no regret at the sacking of Troy or anywhere else. He only laments the hardships he and his men must personally suffer. His morality is confirmed to his warband and his family and property. Ultimately, it revolves around his own well-being. We're given no reason to think Odysseus has PTSD from sacking cities. So, yeah, they have deconstructed the hero and tried to adapt it in a more Western frame. And I don't know, maybe that's why Joe likes it more, because it's a more progressive interpretation. You know?
It was fine. I thought some of them were actually pretty creative and cool. But I love his cinematic look. Now, we didn't...
The Giants' armors were ridiculous. In fact, all the armors were ridiculous. They didn't look period. They didn't look good. It was shit.
See this in IMAX, but after seeing this, man, it tempts me so much to go out to our local IMAX at Bob Bullock Theater and see it there.
So far, it's like 40
oh,
minutes
it's so
away.
far, Joe. And you know they don't do reserved seats. You just have to show up like old school back when we were growing up. It's a madhouse, and then you fight for seats. It's crazy, but it makes me want to because the visuals are a treat, guys. This is Nolan doing what Nolan does best. And the cinematographer is fantastic. Let me look that up by Hoyt van Hoytema, which this guy he works with on everything. He worked with him on Interstellar, Spectre, Dunkirk, Ad Astra, Tenet, Nope, Oppenheimer, or Nope was separate. He went off and did that. But it was just fantastic, and I love the shadows and the lived-in world of the Odyssey. Mwah. This is why I go to the theaters. You gotta see this. You got to see it on the big screen. That the sound system, our local theater has something called HD Bar by Barco or something like that. I don't know if it makes the sound more rich and the whole place is booming. And it probably helped the film because Christopher Nolan is known for having some kind of dirty audio, a little difficult to hear.
Very.
But I guess maybe with this special Barco stuff, I didn't have a real problem, and I really enjoyed when the whole theater was rumbling during the action scenes.
Yeah, one of the moments is like the guy was like saying something when he was on the boat. I was like, I have no idea what he said.
I'm a deaf man, and I managed to get it all, so I was just really enjoying it. I fucking love this film. I give it a badass seal of approval up front. Go out and see this.
He said the same thing about Supergirl, by the way.
gonna be 3 hours. We're old men. We're prepared. Don't drink a bunch of water before you go. Okay, so eat before. To spend so much goddamn money on the overpriced crap.
Bring your own snacks.
Bring your own. Exactly. We did that. And take a bathroom break before. And
guys, we are 6 minutes in to a review about the Odyssey, and he's already talking about going to the bathroom. Guys, this movie is so good. Let me tell you all about it. Oh, by the way, make sure you go to the bathroom. Make sure you go and take a pee and a poo. Make sure you go and get hydrated. You want your snacks beforehand. Oh man, what a ringing endorsement. 6 minutes in, and you're like, oh man, the movie's really good, but also some of the stuff's really bad. Oh, and by the way, you gotta make sure to go pee-pee, go tinkle. You gotta be fucking kidding me. We are in the intro of his review for the Odyssey, and he's talking about pissing and pooping. He's talking about going to the bathroom. Well, Joe, this may be the most apt review, because you know what? The movie was shit. So you could save yourself the time and money by not going to see it. You know what? I'll go a step further. If you find a way to get this movie online for free and you want to watch it, I encourage you. Go ahead and watch it. I don't ever publicly say that I encourage piracy. And I'm not doing that now. I'm not saying to go out and get it. But if you see it on X and somebody uploads it and you want to watch it, you know what? By all means. You need to start voting with your wallet. You need to start voting with your feet. This movie is a piece of shit. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your money. IMAX doesn't save this. And Joe is 6 minutes into his review, and he's talking about going to the bathroom.
And really immerse yourself in it. And it really lends itself well to that. You'll have a wonderful fucking time. This is why I go to the theaters. Just badass. What did you guys think of Odyssey?
Pretty much ditto with everything you said. I really enjoyed this. Definitely go out and check it out.
I'm shocked. Other Joe agrees with Angry Joe. But by the way, guys, we are 7 minutes in about, and they have not mentioned one specific thing, one moment. Like, if you actually loved the movie, the first thing that you do is you be like, oh my gosh, guys, I have to tell you about this. This movie is so amazing. We have to talk about the scene with, Hector fighting Achilles. We gotta talk about the music. Oh my god, it's like, guys, this movie is so good. It's amazing. But there's some things that I didn't like. I overlooked some of this and some of this. Oh, and by the way, make sure you go to the back. Like, this is not a review from somebody that actually liked the movie. And you notice how he said the experience. That's a telltale giveaway. The experience. Not the movie. Not what you were actually presented. The experience. Now, we're going to jump back over to X. And I am going to go over on the bookmarks. And we're going to go over to the Felon of Troy tab. And we're going to scroll back down. And by the way,
we were told.
By the way, here is my Odysseus.
Brother, we were told King Odysseus is hid in the hills.
Odysseus? That old bastard drinks my wine and never pays.
I want to respect your king.
Respect him? I'd like to punch him in the face. He's pouring at my wife, trying to tear her clothes off. I hope Agamemnon's generals are smarter than his emissaries.
What did you say?
You want me to help you fight the Trojans?
Oh, are you? Forgive us, King Odysseus.
Well, I'm gonna miss my dog.
Brother, we were told.
I'm gonna miss my dog. Yeah, what a baseline. Yeah, I bet Joe really liked that. I bet he really liked this depiction of Agamemnon that was ridiculous.
I mean, seriously.
Oh, by the way, Joe, you and Ben Shapiro had a very similar review.
Were you really thinking
You and Ben Shapiro had a very similar review. Let me
I'd love to
scroll
see-
down. Oh, here we go. So everything wrong with Nolan's The Odyssey. Excluding Greeks from their own story, Greeks are largely sidelined in their most important national epic, while international Hollywood stars take all the major roles. Race swap casting and hypocrisy. Diverse casting ignores Greek heritage and Homer's depictions, descriptions, at a time when other cultures demand strict authenticity. That's true. A feminist interpretation of Homer, heavily inspired by Emily Wilson's modern feminist translation that alters the tone and emphasizes female characters, gender swapping Greek warriors, dark and gloomy aesthetic, wrong costumes, Viking ship. You got reinvented monsters, modern dialogue. Joe, they fucked about everything up that you could, and you're sitting here going, no, guys, it's great. Yeah, somebody says, displeased Diego.
The music was fucking great. Just watching this was amazing. I honestly didn't really feel like it was long.
I didn't feel the length.
No, I didn't feel it at all. Like, it didn't really drag for me. This is a great, like, I expected more action, but it was fine for me. Like, it was more of a storytelling, a drama with some action parts sprinkled on, which the story writing was good enough for me to, like, just be engaged the entire time. I really liked it. As one of the characters, like Tom Holland, kind of felt kind of off like me. He's like, I'm almost of age to take the throne. I was like, oh,
I'm
fuck.
20.
I was
It's
like, you're 30.
You're 35.
So,
Still looks like a little kid to me for some reason.
But and John, great. Love John. But again, he didn't really try with this performance. Well, no.
So he doesn't even remember the names of the characters. Because he said Tom Holland. He's talking about Telemachus. He doesn't even remember Telemachus. He doesn't even know or remember the characters. He's like, oh, I love John Leguizamo. Oh my gosh.
Not the performance, just like with the line deliveries.
Oh, you did great.
I just felt like he was a Punisher. I guess he just like the Punisher.
John Bernthal?
John
Yeah,
Bernthal.
He's the same. You're right. He's
Exactly.
the same in everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, it's fine. It just like you already said all the great things. I agree with that, but just like some of these things that kind of felt off, but still very enjoyable. And I would have loved to see this in IMAX though. They did cut out some of the other parts that we talked about, like him like having all the kids and like because I guess he
What are
wanted.
you talking about?
Because
Odysseus
he
having
had
kids.
more
and-
kids. Because he was gone. Because he was
Oh,
gone
wait,
for
the
like
spoilers. I will.
10
Okay, let's
years.
They cut out some of the more
a lot of stuff.
Because I guess they wanted to be like, oh, this
some
guy's
of Homer's
he's more
transgression, or some
faithful.
of
The man's been at sea for years.
some of Odysseus is a transgression.
But other than that, honestly, I fucking love this movie. It was so good.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, I've always liked the story. I like most of the retellings of the different story, and I think it's did a really good job. Cut out a lot of the trim the fat of some of the other ones, where it's like, oh, we found this kingdom, and oh no, the storm takes us back, and we're back at this thing. It's like we cut those things on purpose because they weren't necessarily all that important.
Yeah.
They merged some of the storylines together to kind of make things flow a little bit better. It's definitely a pro Odysseus propaganda piece where it cleans up a ton of the things that make him kind of
And it does make his story with his wife stronger,
It
and
does.
his son stronger, and fills me with that emotional. Let's go by the end of the film.
Yeah.
So you were like, hey, check out your other kids.
Yeah, you got a
No,
bunch
shut
of
up.
brothers. You got a
Shut
bunch of
your mouth.
brothers.
Okay, that's
How
an
dare
old
you.
ass book.
Yeah.
Oh
so.
shit! I'm wearing yellow.
We'll see.
Darn it.
But honestly, like this is up there for me with
What's the
Oh
best?
Brother.
Oh, brother, we're out
Now.
now. Yeah,
that's also a fucking
It's a
good
cool
one.
soft adaptation of.
But it's really good.
The Odyssey. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think they did a really great job. I loved almost all of the actors. Some of them were kind of missed. I mean, he cast it like it's an Adam Sandler movie, where it's like everyone I know gets to be in this movie and because there's so many roles in it.
Yeah.
And most people did an amazing job. Other times were, okay. I do feel the movie was a little drab looking. I wish that because they filmed in a drab looking place instead of the Aegean Sea, so you don't get to see like any of like the glorious bright green and like.
So at least this guy is acknowledging the fact that it looked drab. Instead of like, I want to show you a juxtaposition and a comparison. So we're not just let's try. I want to show you the comparison here. Okay. Let's see. Let me scroll down. Here we go. Here we go. We'll start from here. Look at this scenery. Look at that. Like, look at the scenery. Look at the water. Look at the sand. Look, like, it's sunny outside. Like, everything looks beautiful. Like, it doesn't look drab and, oh, there's smoke everywhere and, oh gosh, it's a war zone. No, it looks beautiful. Like they're fighting at the temple, but like look at like on the water and stuff. Like look at the scene where he yeah, like look at the scenes with the boats. It's like it's bright out, it's sunny. It like there's a vibrance here. And this is part of it. This is why the Nolan movies suck. It's his typical dark, gloomy, like poorly lit aesthetic. And this other, this other Joe, yeah, he's correct. It was drab. Like, and by the way, look at the ships. The ships are more accurate than in Nolan's movie. That's for damn sure. The ships are more accurate than in Nolan's movie. I'm not saying that they're one for one with actual Greek ships, but they're more accurate than the ones that Nolan came up with. It's like everything here. The armor looks nice. Like everything, it was better. How do you do that? How do you mess up? You've had 22 years to learn from this. And this is the part that absolutely gets me is you had all this time. All this time. And you couldn't figure this out. It's like the sets for Troy were so beautiful. The aesthetic was so beautiful.
Like light blue of all of the water, and that was like that's a minor thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is great. This is the reason that people used to go out and go to the movies, because this is an event movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The fucking content was superb. You could tell the man had a passion, and he wanted to tell it and bring this story to current audiences. A lot of people haven't experienced the story, don't know about the story, and I'm just glad that he's bringing it to mainstream. Same thing with Oppenheimer. He did the same thing for that. And so I think it's just well told, well acted, engaging, and immersive. The audio is fantastic. Like I'm just going over all the same stuff I said. Now, and
guarantee Joe hasn't. Based on what Joe said, I guarantee he hasn't read the Odyssey. Joe, how have you not read the Odyssey? You're treating it like it's some obscure comic book. It's mandatory reading in most schools, or at least it used to be. What do you mean? Why are you treating it like it's some obscure thing that people don't know the story of the Odyssey? Of course people know the story of the Odyssey. And by the way, not only have they read it, well, we have movie interpretations. Joe, have you not seen any of the other movies? Have you not read any of the variants of the book? Joe, this is an embarrassing take.
Anybody who didn't have a strong performance, like say Zendaya and maybe Elliot Page as a soldier, who's not Achilles, by the way, no. It's like, could there have been another actor? Because since this is a who's who of Hollywood, is there another actor out there that would have done a better job? Probably, for certain roles. But it's not like anybody was glaringly bad that stood out that you're like, you broke the immersion. Not once did any of my immersion get broken.
Zendaya had a tiny part in this movie.
Yeah.
Except for John Bernthal, and except for Lupita Nyong'o, and except for Elliot Page, like Livid Louise. The reason why people were so upset about Ellen Page is, first of all, including a trans person in this movie is a decision. You're not doing that organically. But they replaced Achilles' scene in the underworld. They replaced Achilles in the underworld with Sinon. So, the conversation between Odysseus and Achilles in the underworld is important. That's important. But they replaced it with Sinon. They took some of the most important characters and they bastardized them in so many different ways. Making Helena Troy black and ugly, and she is, and she was a deliberate decision that fucked up the movie, even though she was there for only a couple minutes. Because you want to talk about immersion breaking? The moment that they said, this is Helena Troy, I said, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You've got to be out of your damn mind. That's Helena Troy. Really? But Joe's like, no, it didn't take me out of the movie. Guaranteed it took him out of the movie. It took everyone out of the movie. When they did that scene where he turned her face to the camera, I said, fuck no.
I thought it was going to be a massive part in the movie because, like, you know, Athena is a huge portion of the thing. Zendaya is barely in this thing comparatively to everything else. Elliot Page is in it for a very short period of time, and so people that do, I mean, you have problems with it, you know, fear not, they're in there for like this bit of time. John's not in it a whole lot, and you know, so
no, nothing crazy like Ray Liotta and Jason Statham in that movie, the King movie.
Oh, in the Name of the King?
In the Name of the King.
Oh, yeah. Equal.
Joe, your references are getting crazy.
No.
What
You think
are
about
you talking
historical
about?
epic.
Joe.
They're pretty close together when you think about, you know, the Odyssey and In the Name of the King.
Ray Liotta.
What are you doing here?
Man, I just love the mythology of the original Homer's story and poem, and I thought that maybe, you know, Nolan would stay away from some of the more mystical and God crossing over kind of stuff, and he doesn't. And you know, this is a world of
he said apparent magic.
And magic. What is it?
He said at the beginning, this is a world of apparent magic.
Oh, I love it. And it's
he cut
so
out 90%
cool
of the gods in
when
this
you go
film.
now I would say it is grounded, you know, like they're not gonna do the song and dance, I'm Zeus and I'm Poseidon and all that. You're not gonna see them in a massively embodied form, but it is a grounded, realistic way to depict it. And you feel the anger of the gods. You by the end, when the story reveals itself, when you get these little mysteries within mysteries, like why did it take so long for Odysseus to get home? Who was his captor, and why did everybody else get to go home, and him and his men get kind of screwed over, you know? And then it's kind of revealed, did Odysseus want to go home, and why is he having this internal struggle, and all of these things, and then. Ooh, just the super satisfying thing of pieces of shit invading your fucking home and just fucking up the place and trying to get with your wife, and then you know, and then that triumphant moment. I'm trying to avoid spoilers, but it's you know, it's
what's the year, like how many thousand years before
how many thousand years have passed for this story, right? It's just, it all culminates really expertly, and you can tell that that time, effort, and care was put into the climax. Yeah. And when things happen, and again, like I said many times, the music builds, there's drums that build, there's these crescendos that build, that really accentuate everything that's happening on screen. Beautiful shots that will stick with you. And probably even better on IMAX, but we didn't, like I said.
There was one scene in particular that I loved that I didn't think I was going to love because in the story it's not all that important, but the whole Cersei thing where she's like physically manipulating was so cool. It's body horror.
Body
and
horror
it was
in this
crazy.
film. It was a horror film. Some of these, what would you call them, trials that Odysseus goes through, hopping from island to island to get provisions to keep his men fed as they watch, and you root for. What do you think?
This is a movie I definitely watch over and over. I do actually want to check it out.
So he's going to watch it over and over. I doubt it.
Bigger screen. Nothing really to complain about. I really like a lot of this stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to go with the 10. It's fucking great. Fucking great. And like you said, this is exactly why I want to go to this movie. It's like, holy shit. I was entertained, grab some popcorn. fucking amazing scenes.
Say what you want.
Yeah.
And again, a 10 is not a perfect film because there are some other things I want to talk about in spoilers that do not work and maybe not be the best, but it's an example. It's a legendary example, you know, like Red Dead Redemption being open world, is Witcher 3 open world of example of that kind of storytelling and good game. This would be an example of the Odyssey story told.
What do you, an open world movie? Like, do you understand their source material here? An open world movie.
Well,
wow.
Great.
Yeah, I liked. I think there were some pacing problems. I mean, that's the problem is there's so many different chapters of this thing, and there's a lot of times where they're kind of meandering and stuck in the sea. I think they did a really interesting job framing the way they tell the story. Because it's told at, much like the original story, he's like recounting all of the tales, but it's done in a completely different way. And I think there was some really clever stuff with the writing here. I left the theater thinking 9, and so that's what I'm going to stick with. I do really, really enjoy this.
A 9 out of 10, just like Ben Shapiro. Yeah, by the way, guys, the movie is a 2 out of 10.
Movie. I do have little bits that I think that they could have done different stuff, but I still think it's a wonderful time.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I was a 9 for a long, long time throughout the film. I was just enjoying myself. But that final scene and the music that goes along with that final scene and the emotional payoff of Odysseus coming back, the moment with, his dog, his loved ones, and it's just, woof. That's why I go to the theaters, in a world.
Yeah, so Andrew Jump in chat says a 10 is not a perfect film. Yeah, see, that's sort of the flaw in his review, is that he admits that there are problems, but for him, what's more important, because guaranteed Joe doesn't know anything about the Odyssey. Okay, he's not a fan of the Odyssey. He hasn't read the books. He basically admitted as such, and so for him, it's not really about the Odyssey. It's not really about the characters. He enjoyed the experience of going to the movies. That for him probably was a large part of it. The movie itself was shit. It was not good. It was not good in several different ways. But it also could be that Joe is a big fan of Nolan, and so he wants to overlook some of the flaws. So he's going to say, it's a 10 out of 10. It's like the people who rated Mixtape a 10 out of 10. Was Mixtape a 10 out of 10? No, again, it was a 2 out of 10 movie, 2 out of 10 game. If you could even call it a game. But the Odyssey, to people like myself that actually give a shit about it and the lore and the story, I look at what they did and I'm disgusted. He looks at that and goes, whoa, beautiful. Oh, 10 out of 10, yeah. I fundamentally disagree with him and his reason for doing it. We could not be more diametrically opposed.
Where, for some reason, storytellers and producers and everything want to do the subverting expectations and I got you thing, and it's like, oh, well, you predicted the end, well, this and that. It's good to get a satisfying conclusion to a well-told story that has a message and has morals and has something to think about towards the end. And well told, Nolan. You keep choosing these projects that you're passionate about because you could definitely tell on the cells here that you cared about telling this story. So I'm just curious what's next.
He gave it a 10 out of 10. Now, by the way, Joe, because he hasn't read the Odyssey and because he hasn't seen any of the other Odyssey movies, he doesn't know that the ending of the movie is not the actual message. Yeah. It's not the actual message. They created a new message. No. They changed it. Joe, what I would encourage you to do is go back and watch the 1997 movie, The Odyssey. Go back and watch that, and you'll understand, maybe to some degree, why people are going to make fun of you for this review. A 10 out of 10? Are you ridiculous? Get out of here. Anyway, I'm done with Joe. I did my part to review this and review Joe and his terrible, terrible review. Anyway, I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel, and I'll see you next time. All right. Let me upload this real quick. All right. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna upload that. Responding. All right. John Wick game like Splinter Cell means Hitman. That might have some potential. Yeah, that might be good. So it says no PS5, no PS5 physical copy. That's true too. Yeah, that's not good. Resume upload. Okay. Okay. What happened here? Torture's over, I think, hopefully. Videos. Recording. Okay. It seems to have fixed that. Okay, fantastic. Very nice. All right. Doyle says TT is gay. You wish, brother. You wish. You wish. Okay. So, let me run another poll. Because, you know, we run polls on this. Okay. Let's see. Which story should I cover? Which story should I cover next? You got in Miami. Huey Wong. Okay. All right, over on YouTube, we're running another poll. Which story should I cover next? Andrew Tate arrested in Miami, or Kiwi Farms is dead? What should we do next? Andrew Tate in Miami or Kiwi Farms is dead? Step right up. Let me know which one you guys want to see more. If you want to see me talk about Kiwi Farms dying or Andrew Tate being arrested in women's clothes, let me know. Step right up. And let me know which one you think should be the winner. Anyone got a working Juarez site? Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at the poll. What is the final tab? What are people thinking? Okay, Andrew Tate being arrested seems to have taken the lead, brothers. Andrew Tate being arrested in Miami is making its way to 62%. 62%. Okay, so we're going to be covering Andrew Tate getting arrested in Miami. Okay. Okay, that. Okay, let's go with this one first. Okay, here we go. Brothers, they got him. They got the top G. Andrew Tate has been arrested in Miami, Florida. And according to the news, he is being arrested and he's going to be extradited to the UK. So, a lot to talk about, a lot of information to go over. And first and foremost, I think that we need to get the story out of the way, and then I'm going to show you some of the reactions that people have had to this. Some people are exuberant, and some people are not pleased very much at all. But anyway, without further ado, let's take a look at the Andrew Tate brothers, both Andrew and Tristan Tate, both of them being arrested.
Mr. Tate, would you mind signing?
Hey, Tate.
Come over here by me. Let's go. Come over here by me. Get up.
Back up. Back up. Back up. Guys, back up.
That's a big boy. I know what you're all thinking. You're all thinking, why does Andrew Tate dress like a woman? Why does he look so unbelievably gay? Well, that's a very good question. Why is he wearing a purple shirt? Why is he dressed like that? I don't know. He looks like bottom G. But that being said, if he is being arrested and extradited to the UK, I am 100% against that. So the reason that he was arrested is because there are warrants in the UK, and Florida is arresting Andrew Tate to extradite him to the UK. That's what's happening.
Guys, wait. Wait.
Tim.
Now, Andrew Tate's biggest mistake is that he wasn't a Pakistani Muslim. You see, Andrew Tate isn't dark enough in complexion to trigger the response in these liberals' brains that they would have, let him go and given him an award. They would have given him the keys to the city. He's not dark enough. If he was a Pakistani Muslim, yeah, they'd be giving him all kinds of awards. They'd be like, oh, we think that you were human trafficking and, having sex with underage girls. Oh man, the city's yours, brother. Like they'd be welcoming him as a hero in the UK if you were Pakistani, if you were darker in complexion.
Tristan, anything to say?
Wow, Tristan Tate shaved his head. Interesting. Yeah, so they arrested both the Tate brothers, put them in jail. Interesting. Yep. So here's another story.
Breaking news to get to, though, as this is coming into our newsroom just in the last couple of moments. This post coming from TMZ saying breaking, Andrew and Tristan Tate have been arrested in Miami. We also have this post coming from the New York Post. Manosphere influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate arrested by U.S. Marshals in Florida. The Associated Press is reporting influencer brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate were arrested by federal authorities on Saturday in Miami. That's according to the U.S. Marshals Service. The charges against the pair were not immediately announced, but a spokesperson for the Marshal Service is telling the Associated Press that the warrant was sealed. I want to put up some video on your screen right now of the Tate brothers. They were arrested on extradition request from the UK. That's according to a person who is familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss this case. The brothers, proponents of hypermasculinity, who have millions of followers on social media, have been wanted in the United Kingdom, where they face rape and human trafficking charges. The brothers are dual U.S. and British citizens who moved to Romania in 2016. They were arrested there in 2022, accused of participating in schemes to lure women for sexual exploitation. They denied those allegations, and the case did not go forward because legal and procedural irregularities. The former professional kickboxers have amassed a following of fans, particularly young men and boys, by professing a lifestyle of luxury and unapologetic misogyny.
Misogyny is misogyny. Hey, you guys have the unapologetic lifestyle of misogyny? You guys like that unapologetic misogyny? Now, here's the deal. If it is true that this is an extradition request, and that's why they're arrested, this is fucking bullshit. I don't care what you think about Andrew Tate. If he is a U.S. citizen, and they're trying to extradite a U.S. citizen, that is terrible precedent. That's bad for everyone. That is bad for everyone. I hope it's not just that. Because the correct response is to tell the UK to go fuck themselves. You're not getting a single American citizen. However, I don't know what else they're facing. So
The pending charges in the UK accuse the brothers of abusing women between 2012 and 2015 in an area north of London where they grew up. Their lawyers have said that they denied the allegations. We also have this coming in from the Crown Prosecution Service, who has decided to bring additional charges against the brothers, Andrew and Tristan Tate. Following their arrest, prosecutors will seek extradition in relation to the original charges and the further charges they have authorized. So just reading from their website, once again, they're deciding to bring those further charges against the brothers, Andrew and Tristan Tate, in relation to 4 further victims. The CPS deciding to prosecute Andrew Tate, who is 39, with 7 further counts of rape, 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation, 3 counts of assault, and bodily harm, and 19 additional charges for offenses relating to indecent images of children and extreme pornography. The CPS deciding to prosecute Tristan Tate, who is 30.
What? What was that?
Of children and extreme pornography. and bodily harm, and 19 additional charges for offenses relating to indecent images of children and extreme pornography.
They've not done anything to verify that. I've not seen anything to verify that. I don't trust the UK government.
The CPS deciding to prosecute Tristan Tate, who is 38 years old, with 1 count of sexual assault, 2 counts of rape, and 3 counts of arranging or facilitating trafficking for sexual exploitation. The offending is alleged to have taken place between July of 2010 and August of 2017.
I'm telling you, if these charges are true, Andrew Tate needs to be thrown in jail, and you need to just forget about the key. If he has pictures of underage girls and he was raping women, then you need to throw him in jail and lock away the key. I wait to see the evidence. I'm not going to make a rush to judgment just because I like or don't like somebody. I want to see the evidence. But if the UK is lying, if they made this up, I will support Donald Trump using the US military to Maduro the UK government leadership. Every single one of them, every MP, like all of them. I would support Maduroing the entire UK government and bringing them to stand trial in the United States. I would. Yeah, I would. I would be like, yeah, you know what? Trump, use my tax dollars, get it done. That's what I would say. Trump, here's my tax dollars. Go Maduro the UK government. But if he's guilty, and by the way, he's innocent until proven guilty, but if he is guilty, then throw him in jail forever. That really is all there is to say. But Andrew Tate is, he's arrested. He's likely going to be extradited to the UK, where he will stand trial. And he probably should have renounced his UK citizenship. He probably should have done that years ago. I don't know why he didn't. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. And I'll see you next time. Okay. Okay, let me up. Andrew Tate. Okay. Got that. Okay, so should we do the video on Kiwi Farms? Should we do the video on Kiwi Farms? What do you guys think? This is Florida. Let's see. Do you trust the UK government? Say he's guilty? No, I don't. I don't trust the UK government. I don't at all. That's why I'm waiting for the evidence. I want to see what they actually have, and if they actually attempt to play fair. If they know, but I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. I think that they're all crooked. I think they're all crooked. So that's what I have to say about that. All right, let me see. Let me get together my Kiwi Farms video. Okay.
No more.
Good morning, everyone.
I got stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will.
Okay. All right, let me see. Let me make sure I can find. Just make sure. Scroll down. Okay. Okay. I have to find this here we go. All right. Here we go. Brothers, we could be looking at the end of Kiwi Farms. So, Kiwi Farms put out this statement. It says, without court order or reasonable excuse, the Kiwi Farms has been blocked by major DDoS mitigation services, including Cloudflare, RetNet, Voxility, PathNet, Zayo Group, and others. This means when criminals attack our network, we go down. This is what East Dakota wanted. I don't know who East Dakota is. This is an infrastructure level block. These are all private companies. They don't need an excuse to remove us. Companies like Cogent Co. and Hennet will go so far as to illegally session hijack RIPs as a customer's customer to black hole us. There's no way around it. We are being attacked by members of FBI designated terrorist organizations who openly trade child pornography and animal crush pornography. I don't even know what that is. I don't want to know what that is. It says they are attacking us because we know who they are and we document evidence they abuse children and animals. Here's the thing. I'm going to be perfectly honest. If Kiwi Farms were just a website where they documented child predators and they, kept a close eye, that's a good question. Maybe I'll do a full video and I'll explain because the forms. So. Brothers, today we're going to be talking about the end of the Kiwi Farms potentially. So for those that don't know, Kiwi Farms, and this is the most charitable interpretation and description you'll ever hear, but Kiwi Farms is an archival website of a sort. You see, Kiwi Farms is filled with people, I would say probably 20% of them are people that are very adept at archiving, cataloging, finding information, For example, people that created like the Geralizer that helps people go transcript and track down things that the quartering has said in the past. Very helpful, very sort of intelligent, on the spectrum, I'm sure. But it also has 80% of the website that are some of the most degenerate, transgender, just furry, absolute freak, subhuman, just abomination of humanity. These are people that dox with absolutely no duty of care. They're people that have tried to dox me twice. And the thing is, not only did they try to dox me, some poor guy, they released all of his emails and the passwords and like his family's names and their phone numbers. Like, some of these people need to be fucking in prison or underneath the prison. But the fact is that there is a contingent of the website that does do good and tracks down a lot of terrible people, but there is like that excess, like, pustule. So if Kiwi Farms were just a website for archiving stuff and doing diligent note-taking and highlighting people, I don't think it would have anywhere near the pushback that it does. The problem is that you've got some of the most spurgy, like, criminal freaks, pedophiles, and all the other just unsavory subhuman characters. They're all sort of there as well. And so it's created this very weird thing where on one hand, it's an effective way to, bypass a lot of the bullshit and get right to information that you need. But then you would just have people talking all the time. Like, in a thread, you'll have like pertinent information, but then just people are just spamming talking, just nonsense. So it actually becomes difficult to, kind of difficult to find information because people just fucking talk. That's all they do is talk. They have no lives. Like, their whole day is spent on that website, just shitting on people in the most autistic, spurg, like, demonic, fucking sick way imaginable. But we're going to be taking a look because the website may be going down. And I mean for good. So it says, without court order or reasonable excuse, the Kiwi Farms has been blocked by major DDoS mitigation services, including Cloudflare, RentNet, Voxility, Path Network, Zayo Group, and others. That means when criminals attack our network, we go down. This is what East Dakota wanted. I don't know who East Dakota is. This is an infrastructure level block. These are all private companies. They don't need an excuse to remove us. Companies like Cogent Co. and Hennet will go so far as to illegally session hijack our IPs as a customer's customer to black hole us. There's no way around it. We are being attacked by members of FBI designated terrorist organizations who openly trade child pornography and animal crush pornography. I don't know what that is. I don't want to know what that is. They are attacking us because we know who they are and we document evidence they abuse children and animals. East Dakota should stop helping. Okay, I don't know who this is. We got Worski's VR porn addiction, saying rip bozo. Cloudflare hosts websites that are used by cat torture rings in China. They have illegal animal crush videos that are still online. I don't even want to know what that is. What, like, that sounds beyond evil. I don't even want to dip my toe into that level of insanity. Deserved. It was a den of pedophiles and child molesters. And see, this is what I'm saying. Whether you agree with this or not, the fact is that the reputation of Kiwi Farms is what it is because they weren't just going after people that were doing these heinous things. They were going after just about anyone. They were doxing anyone that they could. And if that's what you're going to do, you're going to generate a whole lot of bad will. So I don't think Kiwi Farms, the positive that they do, and they do positive, there's no doubt, is outweighed by the excess weight that they don't actually ban for doing things that are criminal or degenerate or disgusting. Like, they have this policy where we're going to dox anyone that we want. We're going to upload information. Like, when you upload, you're trying to come after me because you don't like my opinions on something. You show somebody's email addresses and their passwords on your website. And you don't think that, I mean, you don't think that somebody's eventually going to come and do something about that? Which, by the way, if uploading somebody's email addresses and passwords isn't illegal, it should be. If that isn't illegal, that you're going to upload the hacked or breached emails and passwords, if you're going to just upload that and people's families' names and phone numbers, if that isn't illegal, it absolutely should be. That should be criminal. I don't know if it is, but it should be. But yeah. Goodbye, Green Reddit. You were enjoyable to use like a decade ago, and then the site slowly became, you see what I mean? If Kiwi Forums had stuck to its original mission, and it had just been a fun website where they did heavily moderate some of the absolute subhuman freaks that visit that website, and made it something that was like, it was an archive, they wouldn't have anywhere near the problems that they have today. But it's their lack of moderation. And I know they want to say, well, we're free speech advocates. Well, yeah, that comes with a cost. Because you're not speaking. You're, in a lot of cases, Kiwi Forums is breaking the law. You know, it just stuff like that. Now, I'm sure they have moderation of some kind. I'm sure they do have moderation. But the fact is, the reputation is more important than anything else. And the way that people perceive you, I don't know. Will Kiwi Forums go down? I don't know. I don't think they're going to go down forever. I don't. Personally, I think they will be back in some form or another. How will Josh feed Elon Musk? This type of thing keeps happening. Cloudflare type businesses. Okay, so you got somebody defending. Yeah, somebody doesn't care. So what are we going to do? What do we need to do? I don't have an ISP. Let's see, Rip Bozo, smoking, good. And not a single slop tuber who uses Kiwi Forums as a primary source. We'll talk about this. Guaranteed. I mean, I don't use Kiwi Source as a source all the time, but there are times where I get information from there. Somebody sends me something. Why wouldn't I talk about this? Why wouldn't people talk about this? I don't know. It's very weird. The anti-Kiwi one. That's it. Don't be blackpilled. You may run out of cash. And if they did harm the forums long term, your autistic Illuminati will ensure the freaks will be caught for their vile crimes. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that. Listen, there's going to be another website. Don't get confused. The Kiwi Forums will go away. There will be another website. It'll be the forums of Kiwi. It'll be something else. Yeah, they can use 4chan. Like, it will not go away in the way that some people are thinking. But the Kiwi Forums brand, the Kiwi Forums site, that may be gone. I hope you ISP. Be honest, the real reason the site is down is because the SPLC check hasn't come in. Green Reddit going down. Oh no, how terrible. So people are reacting to this. And I mean, obviously a lot of people are happy about it. Some people are upset about it. Yeah, I do think some people are going to be silent about it. Me, I take the good and I take the bad. That's the way I look at it. Kiwi Forums does a lot of bad. They do a lot of really disgusting, nasty, mean-spirited, transgender, degenerate, furry shit. Like, there is a lot of, like, creepy, nasty garbage. And I think that probably 80% of that website should be in a mental institution with no access to the internet. However, there are about 20% of people that do good. And they do archive things in the Geralizer. So I don't know, maybe 20% is too generous. But, exposing the quarter, like Return of the Mac and Cheese and people like that, they do a lot of actually good work and going through and archiving that. If Kiwi Farms goes down, I hope they don't stop. I hope they keep doing it because people like the quartering do need to be exposed. And it has been a bulwark against some of the most nefarious actors online. So, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen as a result of that? Okay. Site legit overstayed its welcome. Good it's dead. We all moved to Lolcow Farm. We all moving to Lolcow Farm. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is. I don't know what Lolcow Farm is. Okay. Man.
You got to deal with fat paces for another.
See. Mpreg boy. Ugh.
You got to deal with fat paces.
Oh gosh. What the fuck is this?
For another 6 months because
You're not fat.
I'm trying to.
Your boy preggers. Your boy preggers.
We'll figure out who impregnated him later.
You got to deal with fat paces for another 6 months because
You're not fat.
I'm trying to.
Your boy preggers. Your boy preggers.
We'll figure out
boy pregnant.
who impregnated him later, but I really need this.
That might be the least funny joke I've ever heard. That doesn't even roll off the tongue. So I guess I'm pregnant now and I need new jeans. Wait, is she trying to call me fat? That's not very woke, Denims. Come on. Fat acceptance. Listen, I got my copium excuse ready, okay? I'm a year in.
And he's like getting insecure and defensive. No one's calling you fat.
Like this guy Kuimon has been absolutely humiliated by Destiny and like so many other people. It's insane that he still makes content. Like, I don't know. I think in the sake of national security, we need to invade wherever this guy is from. Hey, can we get Mr. President? Can we get Donald Trump on the phone? All right. What was that? Oh yeah. Oh, we're gonna invade wherever Kuimon is from. We're gonna find out. We're gonna send him a picture of his house and say, "Look here." I mean, like, come on. Like, this is the most insufferable content. And he's such a bad faith little gremlin. Like, the British, we need another war with the British. I'm convinced of that. We need another UK war. We need to finish what we started during the Revolutionary War. Revolutionary War 2, baby.
No one's calling you fat. Literally, the Empregasis joke. It's not. It's like literally. It's not calling you fat. There's not even like really a joke. It's just the idea of like the Empreg is just funny. The Empreg jokes are just funny.
It's not funny. It's objectively not funny. And the reason it's not funny is because it's stupid. You're Empreg. Like the name itself actually is like it's sort of like you know, I don't want to get too nerdy but you have like a magical spell that rebounds magic cast on you back onto the user. That's sort of like what it is. When you use the word Empreg, like you could have just said, "Man, you look so fat, you look pregnant." Like, but you like Empreg. Empreg sounds like Zoomer slop speak. Okay? Zoomer slop speak. At like, ew, you sound Empreg. Oh God. Like that should be illegal. Okay?
Your name kinda it fits. And it's absurd. It's the idea that someone's gotten you pregnant. It's kind of funny.
And believe it or not, I'm actually pretty fit, okay? I'd say I got Olympic level cardio about that, but that's a video for another day, okay? And don't worry,
You said he has Olympic level cardio, bro. What on earth am I fucking hearing from this guy?
Maximize the gain, so I'm actually going to be gaining.
I think this guy Kuimon is a little too excited about the idea of a man getting pregnant. Like, did you see this guy's face? Did you see this guy's face when he said "empreg"? And sort of like utter delight. I get to talk about men being pregnant. I wish I were pregnant. This guy's like, he's begging for it. I mean, that's fucking weird. Why are you so gleeful about being pregnant?
You gotta deal with fat Pegasus.
Why do you look at men and you go, "Oh boy, I wish they were pregnant"? It's funny, man. It's funny. Like, empreg. You remember the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Remember? Yeah, the grin is too big. You see, Kuman, let me give you some advice. Your grin is too big. You see, when you make like a little joke, you sort of like do a little grin. That's fun. Your grin is too wide. It means there's something else there. You're like, oh man, I like that Indian guy with the belly. I mean, you're from the UK, right? So you love foreigners to fuck you over. You love foreigners to come in and fuck you over. You're probably looking at more Pegasus like, I wish that were me. I wish I could get pregnant.
True or false, you must be an expert marksman to earn a badge. I would say that's false. Just goes on to how you are as a person. Everyone has an equal opportunity through the hiring process, and who you are shines out in the end.
When it comes to marksmanship, we do have a standard, but by no means is it an elite marksmanship standard. And if you're struggling a little bit, the instructors at the academy and then the instructors at the department are well versed. They'll get you right and they'll make sure that you pass. We'll put in a lot of training and you'll be all right.
But you by no means had to have the perfect shooting score. As long as you're able to shoot and qualify with your firearm.
Wow. So the standards are damn near zero. Well, I don't know about you guys. I've never felt more confident in our police force. Yeah. Hey guys, we're gonna lower the standards to zero. Let's go, zero standards.
Steak, duel.com. Hit me up, bro. I would love to gamble. So would all of my chatters.
Oh gosh.
Please sponsor us. Would love to do that shit.
Tecto, no.
Steak.
Oh,
Steak.
Tecto, no. Oh, Tecto, no. Tecto, no.
Duel.com. Hit me up, bro. I would love to gamble.
Tecto, no.
So would all of my chatters.
Tecto,
Please
no.
sponsor us.
No, gambling is not the way. Man, he definitely does not have that Asmongold money. See, boom, Donald Trump cuts off. Interesting. We got a story here. Donald Trump cuts off green cards to migrants who use welfare. Says Nuxanor is streaming right now. Well, congratulations to him. That's great. I'm glad he's streaming. Let's see what.
I'm a Christian. I like the idea behind the kippah, so I wear something similar for the same reason. Yeah, listen, man. It's not in the Bible. It doesn't say anywhere in the Bible that you need to wear something on your head, but it's just kind of been taken as a tradition to remind you that God is above you. Thank you, the 500 bits. I thought the tiny hats were to help God find you quicker in a crowd. Yeah, God definitely needs the assistance. It's not like he's all powerful or anything. Anyway.
What are we doing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually that simple.
Damn.
I feel like a just person doesn't need it and an evil person wouldn't care. I hear the argument, but most people
all right. Well,
are
you know
neither
what?
perfectly just, neither entirely evil. Most people are just kind of in between somewhere.
Oh, is you watching the
Turned on single metric. You're actually crazy. And now you want to changes all the time. Can Jews marry? Thing to see, you know.
Trying to create so much like.
Okay, let me let's talk about Iran. Okay, let's talk about Iran. Yeah, tiny hat lore.
As a poll.
Brothers, you may hear from other content creators and the mainstream media that the U.S. is losing in Iran, that we're getting our butts kicked, that really there's no reason to even be there. There's no reason to do what we're doing. We're just basically humiliating ourselves. That is total and complete bullshit. We are absolutely decimating the Iranians, and every time they break a deal, they make things a little bit worse for themselves. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be taking a look at the current state of Iran. The U.S. has been bombing Iran for the past 8 days. Did you know that? And we've been absolutely obliterating them. Not only that, but we have retaliated against the Iranians doing a no-no. No-no, sir. Yeah, they've been doing a no-no, and we're going to talk about that because, you know, Iran apparently has been doing a couple little shady deals under the table. But first, I want to show you this. This is the U.S. CRAM system shooting down Iranian drones over Erbil. Look at that.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. Say it one more time.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, this is what they say losing looks like. Okay? So we have the Wall Street Journal writes that U.S. officials believe Iran is receiving help from Russia and China in its ballistic missile attacks against U.S. bases in the Middle East. Naughty, naughty. Wall Street Journal writes that Iran is using ballistic missiles which maneuver during their final descent, making it more difficult for U.S. air defense systems to intercept them. So, Iran is using information or weaponry that has a basis in Russia and China, and it's making it more difficult for us to shoot down their missiles. So, as a response, Donald Trump decided to bomb the ever-living shit out of them. So it says Russia has lately also improved its maneuvering of its ballistic missile in Ukraine. It's highly likely that Russia is sharing info with Iran about its lessons learned in Ukraine and how to attack sites protected by Patriot air defense systems. Wall Street Journal writes that the officials also believe that Iran is receiving targeted assistance from their allies. So that's right. Russia and China are helping to facilitate these attacks by giving them pertinent info on how to counter our countering systems. This is from Central Command. This was posted, this is posted July 18th. U.S. completes 8th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. This is Tampa, Florida. U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, completed another round of strikes against Iran on July 18th at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. During the 8th consecutive night of U.S. strikes, CENTCOM forces successfully hit Iranian military coastal surveillance and air defense facilities, maritime capabilities, and missile and drone storage to continue denigrating Iranian military capabilities. American military assets also targeted the IRGC forces that launched attacks against the U.S. members in the Jordan on July 17th. So there were 2 Americans, I believe, that were killed, and that was a retaliation. So they killed 2 of ours, we killed a bunch of theirs. And we also took out a bunch of their facilities as it relates to drones and maritime capabilities, air defense, and surveillance. So Iran has been absolutely getting it, from all directions. It says today at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. forces began launching new airstrikes against Iran at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. So more missiles, and let's take a look. So this is breaking news. The U.S. has completely destroyed the IRGC headquarters in Iran. This was the primary location from which Iran controlled its air force. The attack was so massive that the surrounding buildings were completely destroyed. An uncontrollable fire was raging. I mean, look at that. Woo! Look at that! That's crazy. Look at that. One more time. Directed by input title.
Does it make sense we are at war with Iran, but we are allowing Iran to buy food from the US? Unless the USA starts getting serious, it will prolong it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I agree with it on a pragmatic level. Letting the people starve, I don't know if I get what you're saying though. Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know if I would be willing to sell them food until they got their shit together. Yeah. Directed by Michael Bay. Yeah. But here we got Rock Solid. It says, everyone, holy shit, the new Odyssey looks amazing. Dude, did you see France-England match? That was crazy. Meanwhile, the shit America is doing in Iran.
Enemy on Charlie! AC-130 ready for deployment.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Yeah. So Iran is not having a very good couple of days. Anyone that's trying to tell you that Iran is winning or that it's that it's doing remarkably well, that's just absolute propaganda. It's meant to demoralize you.
We're back with a Fox News alert.
Yeah. So President Trump just started bombing Iran. Mere moments after departing the World Cup, absolutely unfathomably based. Trump is like, all right, we're done.
We're back with a Fox News alert on the Middle East. CENTCOM just announced a new wave of strikes against Iran began moments ago. That marks the 9th consecutive night of attacks against Iran. This follows the death of a 3rd U.S. service member and the death of 2 U.S. service members in Jordan who were killed during Iranian ballistic missile and drone strikes on U.S. assets. Unidentified remains were also found.
Unidentified remains were found. Damn. So I support these strikes. I think that Iran is an existential threat to the United States. I think the people that are, at this point, I think the people that are supporting Iran are people like Hasan Piker. They're terrorist supporters. They're people that want Iran to exist because they want Iran to do war. They want Iran to do war with Israel. They hate Israel above all else. Yeah, so I actually support what's going on in Iran. I do. I think that they are a threat, and I do want to see them taken out. Now, at the same time, I do want to see us helped here in America. But normally my position is I don't want the U.S. interfering in foreign Middle Eastern blood feuds and conflicts that have been going on for thousands of years. I would much rather them focus on Americans. Helping Americans, helping, our veterans, our homeless, rather than, helping people over there. But what's going on in Iran, I do think it is warranting a video talking about it, because a lot of people are ignoring this in favor of other things, and I get it. But we have another 2 U.S. soldiers confirmed dead after an Iranian attack. Pentagon confirms that they have found another body at a U.S. base in Jordan, where a U.S. soldier has been missing after a deadly Iranian strike. Yeah, if they kill one of ours, if they kill one of ours, we kill 100 of theirs. That is, more than 100. You make the toll so extreme that there's no way that they will ever do it again. You have to totally and completely defeat them. A soldier has also been killed in an Iranian drone strike in Iraq. The soldier died from wounds sustained during a controlled explosion of a drone when it was on the ground. Okay. 4 soldiers killed by Iran in the past 48 hours. 3 in Jordan, 1 in Iraq. That's too many. It's 4 too many. That's crazy. Damn. This video of a missile hitting Muwafa Salti Air Base in Jordan is beyond horrifying. You can see the missile hit, and then the American soldiers screaming, "Go, go, go, go!" Regardless of what you think about the war in Iran, please pray for our troops. Absolutely.
The Air Force isn't as public about where it deploys its forces, but the Air Force isn't as public about where it deploys its forces, but Jordan is a major hub, along with bases here in Israel, also Qatar, UAE, and of course in Saudi Arabia. But Jordan has been a major hub. So once again, Aisha, 2 American service members have been killed. 1 is still missing, and 4 were wounded in an Iranian ballistic missile attack on a base in Jordan last evening. It is the first American casualties in months since those 6 U.S. Army personnel were killed in the early days of the war in the attack on Kuwait.
Yeah,
Aisha.
terrible news this afternoon, Lucas. And we were anticipating, we'd heard some things about it and just wanted to make sure and confirmed it before we went on air with it, Lucas. So thank you for that report. As far as the 4 American service members that were injured and have now been medically evacuated, do you know anything more about how bad those injuries are and how they were injured?
I like that they covered up her face. That's funny.
It appears they were injured when these Iranian ballistic missiles hit their intended target at this base in Jordan. Let me read the statement from U.S. Central Command. Aisha, it says, on July 17th, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospital. the Air Force isn't as public about where it deploys its forces, but Jordan is a major hub, along with bases here.
As a Pole, I know too well what dictatorship does to a nation. My country suffered for 45 years under brutal communist rule. The Iranian people have now endured 47 years under the Islamic Republic's tyranny. In January this year, the Iranian nation rose up, only to be brutally slaughtered by the regime, with more than 40,000 anti-regime protesters massacred in just a few days. Since then, the Islamist regime has been hanging protesters every couple of weeks. Less than a month ago, the regime hanged the 24-year-old men Javad Zamani and Abul Fazl Saidi for the alleged crimes of waging war on God and corruption on earth during the January protests. I remember Poland's history. Our communist regime also executed political prisoners and carried out mass shootings of protesters. For decades, the world looked away, but after the Helsinki Accords in 1975, international pressure and scrutiny made such atrocities rarer. The regime still oppressed us, but mass shootings of protesters slowed because the world was watching and shaming them, with the last such cases taking place during the martial law in 1981 and 1982. Just like the communist regime in Poland was evil, so is the mullah regime in Tehran. It cannot be trusted. Islamist fanatics don't honor agreements, and any long-term peace deal will fail. They will break every promise when it suits their ideology. But in the short term, the West has the possibility to insist on a strong human rights component in every contact, every deal, and every conversation with Tehran. Pressure them to stop the hangings, demand the release of political prisoners, force them to halt the killing of protesters. People and leaders in the West should not stay silent. Use your voice, your diplomacy, your sanctions, and your moral authority. You have to put relentless pressure on the Islamic Republic. Help prevent more innocent Iranians from dying on the gallows. The Iranian people deserve the same chance at freedom that the Poles eventually won.
Right.
History shows that when the free world stands firm on human rights, dictators hesitate and are...
True. Yeah, great speech. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with Iran is brutal. But the only language they understand is...
I can't tell you how hot it is. Come on, close the window.
Looks like Canada.
The cars, yeah, they have to wait.
It says, the ultimate escalation. U.S. forces just struck Tehran, hitting the IRGC's key Sar Allah headquarters. Reports say the main command center is now in flames.
Oh my God!
The United Nations and international globalists are being called out for being totally silent on Iran attacking Kuwait's water. Desalination to this Suez Strait. Yeah. That's absolutely brutal. You don't want to see that coming for you. You don't want to see that coming for you. That's big time. You don't want to see that. No, sir. Says the United States is locked and loaded for a massive regional war, shifting a staggering amount of aerial firepower directly into the Middle East as the shadow war with Iran reaches a boiling point. Initial reports of up to 20 Iranian ballistic missiles 20 minutes ago, targeting sites in Jordan, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq. Explosions reported. So basically, what Iran does is whenever they don't get their way, they just start throwing a temper tantrum and just attack everyone. If that isn't evidence enough that you just need to glass the whole thing, I don't know what is. Like, their response is, we're just going to hit everyone. We're going to attack everyone. Really? So you're just going to indiscriminately hit people even though the U.S. is the one that hit you because you just want to cause maximal damage. Well, I mean, that for me is pretty much a sign that this place is a threat, and these people, the people of the IRGC, that they need to be put down. I think that is a reasonable response. I think that's a reasonable response. So, anyway, that's what's going on with Iraq. That's what we're doing with Iran. Yeah, because we did have one person die in Iraq, three people died in Iran, and so the Middle East, we're still over there, not boots on the ground per se, necessarily, but yeah, it's brutal, and so we pray for our troops. We pray that they all make it home, and we support them. We support what their mission over there. Because, I mean, they're fighting for our freedom. The Iranians say death to America. What do you think that means? Means they want to turn America into what Iran is. And I say no to that. I say that's absolutely unacceptable. Anyway, that'll do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Leadership. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Did you read about Trump activating a Clinton court to deport some illegals? Activating a Clinton administration court? Nah, we didn't talk about that. Let's find a video though. Let's see. Race. Sound. Just erase the whole thing. That's what you gotta do. Okay. All right, we're gonna take a look. Oh boy. Do we oh, what's this?
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone's favorite House Representative Anna Paulina Luna has just come forward this morning to drop an absolute bombshell. Seriously, folks, this is going to blow your mind. In fact, everybody's talking about this right now. Let's get right into it. As Representative Anna Paulina Luna says this morning, she says, some seriously disturbing classified files will be coming out in the coming weeks about a former member of Congress placing interns in other offices that happen to be agents of foreign governments.
What?
He says Representative Kat Kamak has legislation that would require background checks on all congressional staff, and it should be brought to the floor immediately. Also, this is a massive security breach. Folks, Representative Anna Paulina Luna here is blowing the whistle. You know, every single congressional House representative, they've got their staff. They've got 10, 15, 20 people on staff helping them read through legislation and get the job done. Okay, you guys know how it works on Capitol Hill. She's saying that a former member of Congress had foreign agents of a foreign government work.
Fang. Guys, is this what happened to Asmongold? Is this what happened to Asmon? Is this what happened to CCP? The CCP had a, his handler?
Working on their congressional staff. This is a national security threat. Also, she says there's no background check process at all when hiring congressional staffers. Now, take a look at this. Kat Kamak actually responds directly to this. She says, you read that right. There are no background checks for congressional staff. House Resolution 500 would require background checks and full disclosure of dual citizenship and employment of foreign nations for staff.
How do you not have background checks? That seems like a major blunder, sir. How do you not have background checks on your staff? Oh my gosh. That, does that not seem crazy to anyone else? Does that not seem crazy?
No surprise to anyone that we are being fought every step of the way in Congress. You can help us make sure all Capitol Hill staff get background checks by calling your House rep. Call your House representative, say, listen, hey, you got to pass House Resolution 500. We need background checks. Folks, okay, when you go to Olive Garden and buy an Olive Garden pasta pass, you have to pass a background check. They check your ID. Okay, it says here your name is Matt Morris on the Olive Garden pasta pass. Let me see your driver's license. Your name is Matt Morris. Okay, your Olive Garden pasta pass, it checks out. You get your free pasta. However, when you are applying for a job on some congressional staff, nope, anybody. Dual citizen, working for a foreign government, you're a CCP spy, or God knows what else. No background check doesn't matter. This is insane. Check this out. Anna Paulina Luna, she says again, there are going to be some declassified files coming out in the coming weeks regarding a foreign member of Congress placing interns in other congressional offices that happened to be agents of foreign governments. Kat Kamak has legislation. We got to require background checks on staff, and it would be a good time.
That is absolutely crazy. Can you guys believe, we have members of our government, they don't do background checks on their staffers. That is criminally negligent.
To bring this to the floor, to have a vote. This entire dynamic translates to helping hostile foreign interests place interns into the inner circles of certain targeted politicians, almost certainly with juicy committee appointments. For example, intel or defense committees, ostensibly to do what spies do. That would, if true, earn the American conspirators espionage charges. Now, let me give you sort of an example here. Imagine, let's do a little imagination thought experiment. Let's say I'm sitting on Congress and I am bought and paid for by the CCP. I'm taking money from the CCP. Maybe I'm a communist. I'm serving in U.S. Congress. And I'm looking at you. You serve on the House Intel Committee. And I'm bought and paid for by the CCP. I say, hey, listen, come here. I need to have a talk to you. My fellow congressional representative who happens to serve on the House Intel or Defense Committee. I say, I've got this great young intern. I don't have space for him on my, in my group here, but I think he would do great. His name is Li Ping. And I think he would do great serving on your campaign. I think he'd be a great advisor for you. So, do you have a job for him? Yeah. Okay, great. And then he gets a job with you. Meanwhile, he's working for the CCP just like me. I'm bought and paid for. He might be a damn CCP spy. And now he's with you, soaking up information that you've got by nature of working on the House Intel or House Defense Committee. Okay. So this is the type of dynamic that we are talking about. As you can see, this is very clearly a massive problem. All right. More information here. Now, Laura Loomer, whatever you might think of her, she responded to this morning. She said, let me guess, Qatar. And you wouldn't believe Congresswoman Kat Kamak herself, who's pushing this legislation, she says, you would be correct. So in this specific case of a foreign member of Congress placing interns in other people's offices that happen to be agents of foreign governments, Kat Kamak came out this morning. She's the Congresswoman. She confirmed, yes, in this specific case, It was somebody working on behalf of Qatar. Like I said, whether or not Laura Loomer, who cares? This is Congresswoman Kat Kamak saying, yes, it is Qatar in this specific case. Another update here. White House reporter or Washington, D.C. on-the-ground reporter, I'm a big fan of hers, Desiree Townsend. She says this in response to Anna Paulina Luna. She says, you should consider including the credentialed Capitol Hill press in this review as well. Chinese and Russian state-run media outlets have received credentials despite rules stating that applicants cannot be employed by a foreign government. They have access to restricted areas on Capitol Hill, including to the President of the United States during his visits and State of the Union addresses. And you know what I've got to say? Mrs. or Miss Townsend, she raises an excellent point. Big fan. She says, listen, it's not enough that the Capitol Hill staffers are perhaps working for foreign governments. We got to shut that down. But also, what about members of the media that are working for foreign governments? Maybe they themselves are foreign spies. Why don't we vet them as well? Because guess what? Right now, they're not. They're getting Capitol Hill press credentials and access to sensitive areas without any vetting at all. This is insane. Now, at this point, folks, yeah, we've got some big problems here. We got to pass this legislation. At this point, I'm sure the thought that is running through everyone's brain right now is President Trump's recent declassification of foreign Chinese influence in the 2020 presidential campaign.
Yeah.
Is it possible that the CCP has unvetted congressional staffers on Capitol Hill seeking to undermine this republic? Is it possible? I would say not only is it possible, it's like almost a certainty. Yes. Because keep in mind, it wouldn't be exactly that hard to pull this off. Keep in mind, they're all totally unvetted. There's no vetting as of now. We're looking to change that. You could have staffers working for some congressional House rep just flat out lying to the rep that they work for about key issues.
Right.
They could be omitting key information from their reports or their write-ups that they're then giving to their House rep that they work for. Or they could even be pressuring on behalf of a foreign government, the House rep that they work for, whose staff they are on, or even blackmailing them to pursue the interests of some foreign country. All of these things are massive problems. Frankly, they're national security threats. Now, here's some good news, okay? Because this bill we're talking about, House Resolution 500, is only aiming to amend the rules of the House, clamping down on the rules and regulations for House staffers specifically. This bill does not actually need to make its way through the Senate because this bill is about regulating the House. In this case, the Senate does not matter. This bill does not ever go to the Senate. And as things currently stand, I looked into this morning, the House Republicans right now have somewhere around a 70% chance or likelihood of actually getting this bill pushed through the House before the midterms. So on the likeliness scale of House Resolution 500 here actually getting passed, and we get some security over on Capitol Hill pertaining to our staffers and maybe even members of the media, it's looking pretty good. 70%. It's not bad odds. They might actually end up pushing this thing through the House. The reason why I say we don't have to worry about the Senate is because, as we all know, nothing gets through the Senate. The Senate really is the swamp, the Senate swamp. The House, though, they've got pretty good odds of getting this thing passed. And I'll tell you, we have to get this passed if we truly want to put America first.
A great video from from Matt Morse. Great video from Matt Morse. Yeah, absolutely. That is absolutely crazy. You could be a member of our government and you could have a staffer that doesn't have a background check. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Like, that is a level of negligence and incompetence that it's unacceptable. And I'm glad that people like Matt Morse and others are finally, bringing this to light. Man. Says that was next level slop. Okay. We got a bona fide retard in chat. That's okay. Oh man. Should we watch Hasan? Should we watch his speech? Pretending like every single GOP congressman doesn't have a foreign. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on the second leg of our journey.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me. Brothers, terrorist supporter and notorious dog shocker Hasan Piker went to a university to give a speech. And this is a speech that I think needs to be heard to be believed. Also, this is the speech that was given after a teary-eyed call to the event organizer. Please, you gotta make sure Destiny isn't allowed in the event. Please, you can't let Destiny in. That's right. Hasan on his hands and knees, bawling like a baby, demanded that Destiny not be allowed in. And we're going to be looking at that after the speech. Destiny was denied entry into this. Destiny, who, listen, I disagree with Destiny on probably, I'd say 95 to 99% of issues. Not just political issues, lifestyle choices, rhetoric. I disagree with Destiny on almost everything. But Destiny is an American. Now, I think he doesn't really appreciate what that means, but he's still an American. Hasan is not. Hasan was born in the United States. He was taken from the U.S. to live in Turkey for about 20 some odd years. And then he came back to be an absolute cancer on this country, which, by the way, one of the reasons why we should end birthright citizenship is because of Hasan Piker. Anyway, we're going to listen to this speech. We're going to listen to the speech from Hasan.
This is the one. No, okay. This is what we're using, right? Okay. This might be a little.
Put it on the top.
I'm gonna fix it. Yeah, it's a little bit short for me, unfortunately. So apologies. Okay. Brought a little bit of Diet American Dew with me on.
Oh, by the way, I just want to point this out before we just sit back and watch the whole thing. Hasan is dressed as Mao. Hasan went to this dressed as the communist Mao. This guy should be deported immediately. He is not an American. He is a terrorist supporter. He should be removed. Okay? The guy went dressed as a dictator that killed millions.
Stage. It's reflecting pool colored. Delicious.
Reflecting.
Not a sponsor. Just putting that out there. What an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me, College Democrats of America. It's a great honor to be here in the heart of the American empire, in the belly of the beast, speaking to the future activists of the Democratic Party, but as an outsider currently pushing for an insurgency. To be honest, when I first got the call,
he admits he's an outsider. Hasan is an outsider. He's not an American. He is a communist. He is a foreigner. He is not American.
From this organization, I first said, I don't know what that is, I'll be honest. I apologize. And then they told me they hadn't held a national convention of this size since the Nixon era. So give yourselves a round of applause for that. And then I was a little worried. I'll admit. Me and the Democratic Party were not so close as of late, as many of you know. I thought to myself, perhaps the Center for American Progress has set up a trap for me. Near attended, are you in the room? I apologize for everything I've said. After all, it's not a secret that there are many, many people in the Democratic Party that wish that I would go away, who wish that this movement would go away. Well, I'm here to tell you, we're here to stay. Now, a lot of people, including probably your future employers or your current employers, they call me a lot of names. They say I'm an idealist, a radical, a terrorist. But the one thing that they don't call me is a liar.
You are a liar! Hasan! You are a serial liar! You are a compulsive liar! Hasan, you've never told the truth a day in your life! Hasan, all you do is lie. You know that song, all I do is win, win, win? Hasan, all you do is lie, 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 lie. You lie all the time. Hasan, not only are you a terrorist supporter, not only are you a subhuman piece of shit, not only did you shock your dog, but you lie all the time. Every word out of your mouth is a lie. Everything about you is a lie. You lie about Hasan. You lie about Tate. You lie about Nuxtaku. You lie about more Pegasus. You lie to yourself. You lie to everyone. Hasan, I don't even know if I've heard you one time ever tell the truth. You are a serial, compulsive, regular liar. What do you mean they can't call you a liar? Yes, you are. You always have been, and you always will be. Absolutely ridiculous.
And I think that anyone who wants a better future for the world, let alone this country, needs to understand that it is our job to always seek truth from facts. We must always expand our knowledge of the world around us and to use that knowledge to build a worldview. And then we can move on to change the world. And the reason why I stress this is because a lot of people, they see this as a career. And I work with a lot of campaigns. I've worked with establishment Democrats in the past, and right now I'm working with a lot of Democratic socialists all around the country. And the one difference that I always see is moral conviction. Moral conviction to always say the truth.
No, you don't say the truth. You're not convicted to the truth. You're convicted to the lie. In fact, if people don't conform and comport to the lie, if they don't conform and comport to the lie, you say, well, you're not a true believer enough. Hasan, everything that you do and everything that you are and everything that you say is a lie. It is based on lying. All you do is lie. All you do is misrepresent. All you do is deflect and distract and distort. Hasan, you are a serial, compulsive liar, bona fide. That's what you are. That's what you are. I like the audacity, the absolute audacity to sit there and pretend. I mean, like, unbelievable hubris. You know, they can call me a lot of things. You can't call me a liar. Yes, we can. Because you are.
And an endless thirst to understand exactly what's going on. We have a lifetime of social conditioning that has guided our lives, that has motivated the way that we see the world. Sometimes that means we have a lot of blind spots. But moral conviction is really important because that is what makes the difference between the insurgents and the establishment Democrats that are simply following along. And I think that anyone and everyone here must constantly push for this. This task takes on a new importance today. Lies and disinformation are the currency of our enemies on the right, unable to compete with us over here in...
You are a terrorist that lies about everything that you say. You are a propagandist that tries to get on other people's shows, not because you actually want to be on their show, but you want to use their platform as a vehicle to promote your hideous and disgusting agenda. Hasan, there is nobody more vulgar and vile than you. You are the enemy of the United States. You should be deported. You should be removed. You are not fit for purpose here. You're not welcome here. You want to bring in these medieval blood feuds. You want to bring in these medieval blood feuds from half a world away. You don't give a shit about America or Americans' values. You are an enemy to this country, and you always will be. You will never represent America because you have no understanding of what this country is. And its significance, its importance. No, you are a cancer, a foreign entity. One that should be shut down and removed. Because you don't negotiate with cancer, Hasan. You don't negotiate with cancer. You use chemotherapy to get rid of it. And that's the reality. Unbelievable.
Reality, right-wingers instead try to make humanity live in their dangerous fantasy land, constantly finding new enemies in our neighborhoods to position as a reason for...
Hasan, you just declared Republicans your enemies. You said Republicans are your enemy. Americans are your enemy. Hasan, you are the enemy of every American. Every American that isn't a foreign communist, you are their enemy. Because you represent violence, radicalism, and a change to something unrecognizable. And something evil.
Why we are all experiencing the same struggles born out of capitalism.
Capitalism.
But sometimes, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. When the right traffics and lies, the lane for telling it like it is wide open. And whoever can do that, whoever can tell the truth, they will own the future. But people fail this basic test all the time, especially in Washington, D.C. Now, I'm sure that many of you in this room feel the same energy that I do. A feeling shared by more and more people all the time of frustration. Frustration with decades of political ineptitude in the face of rising fascism. Many people in this room have only known Trump. But to the older folks here and also watching at home, think about that.
What do you mean only known Trump? What? Like, what about Biden? Biden was 4 years. What about Obama? This guy is like, this is another lie, Hasan. This guy is an Islamist. There's no question.
A second. The only politics that people in this room have ever known is shot through with Donald J. Trump. Political life shaped from above by a narcissistic tyrant who enriches himself, his ridiculous family, the Epstein class, as well as the billionaires who were smart enough to get caught, smart enough to avoid getting caught. Sorry.
The Epstein, he's stuttering. He's a retard. He can't read. He's illiterate. He's inbred. He went to Germany and had sex with a girl that we don't know the age of because she was at a brothel. A brothel that was trafficking underage girls. He can't read. You're illiterate. You're inbred. Like, this guy is insane. Listen, I will vote. Here's the bell. Let me make this perfectly clear. I will vote for the person that says I am running on a platform that I'm going to take these foreign communists, I'm going to take these radical terrorists, and I'm going to get them the fuck out of our country. One way or another. I will be as extreme and draconian as possible. I will vote for that person. If it's Marco Rubio, so be it. If it's JD Vance, so be it. I will vote for the person that says we are going to crack down on these foreign adversaries that have infiltrated our country, that have abused our legal and immigration system. We are not going to take one step back. We are going to do everything that we can to get these people out of the country. That is who I will vote for. I will vote for you if you run on that platform. If you say, we're going to get out every criminal illegal alien from this country, we're going to deport some of these criminals like Hasan, just absolute terrorist supporting subhuman piece of garbage, I will support the person that wants to deport or arrest Hasan Piker. If you say, well, maybe we can't maybe we can't deport him. If you say we're going to put him in jail for the rest of his life, okay. All right. I will compromise with that. That we will put Hasan in jail with no possibility of parole. And people like him that are Islamist terrorist supporters, they also need to go to jail. This guy is a menace. He is not an American. He does not represent American values. He does not represent the Democrat Party. He does not represent even the left. He is promoting a foreign blood feud, half a world away, and wanting to use America's politics to get that done. I say no.
As well as the billionaires who are too smart to get caught going to Little St. James, and even a billionaire who was uninvited from Little St. James Island because his lies were that atrocious for the pedophile. Although American politicians have never been much at truth-telling, for over 10 years, the terms of our discourse have been set by a megalomaniacal pervert. The late writer Mike...
You? Is that you, Hasan? Are you the megalomaniacal pervert?
Davis summed up our situation well in his final published essay a few years ago. He said, unlike the high Cold War when Politburos, parliaments, presidential candidates, and general staffs to some extent balanced megalomania at the top, there are few safety switches between today's maximum leaders and Armageddon. Never has so much fused economic, media, and military power been put into so few hands. To you, young people of America who have chosen to enter the world of electoral politics, I know that you have grown up in this degraded era where bigotry and deceit are so blatantly rewarded in society.
Hasan, you are the bigotry and you are the deceit. You're dressed as Mao! Hasan, you are dressed as Mao, and you're giving a speech about deceit. You are dressed as Mao. Hasan, you are a terrorist supporter. You are an enemy to the West and free-thinking people. You should be in jail right now. The fact that Trump doesn't is one of his gravest and greatest sins. Hasan, you are an enemy to the free-thinking world. You are afraid, you are terrified of even being in the proximity of somebody like Destiny. How is that even possible? You're a coward. You are making people dumber by watching you. My chat probably hates me right now because we have to watch you because you're that fucking stupid. Hasan, you've been treated with kid gloves for too long. You need to wake up and smell the bacon. You don't get a pass for your terrorism, your crimes, because you think that you're on some noble crusade. You have a date with destiny. You know what? I will vote. I will repeat this. I will vote for the person that will throw Hasan Piker in prison. That will throw him in jail for terrorism, treason, whatever you want, aiding Cuba. Throw him in jail for the rest of his life or deport his ass. I don't care which.
Society, an era in which our rulers would rather choke us with wildfire smoke than re-examine how our way of life damages our planet.
He's blaming the fires in Canada on global warming. Are you insane? You greasy, smelly, micro-penis, sex pest, terrorist-supporting, dog-shocking, mongoloid, inbred, tiny head freak. The fires in Canada are a result of their mismanagement because they're a slave to wokeness and identity politics and the brain rot, the sludge that comes along with that. They don't properly clear their forests. They don't do enough to prevent shit like this. The first thing that the fire department does is a land acknowledgement. This guy is so evil. And I think for far too long, this guy has gotten a pass. I do.
The only home we'll ever know. This wretched era in which the third world is staring down disaster because of the upheaval caused by ours and Israel's war on Iran.
No. The third world is coming to the West. And what we're discovering is that the third world is the third world for a reason. And they're incompatible with Western values, and we don't want them here. No, you can go back with them.
This ridiculous era in which a Supreme Court dominated by religious nut jobs rewrites our laws at will.
Man. Religious nut jobs, like Hasan Piker, the Islamist. Hasan, no. We need more religious leaders. We need more people who are Christian, not Islamists like you're promoting. You godless freak. No, we need Amy Coney Barrett and the other justices to vote the correct way on birthright citizenship. They failed in that way. No, we need a more conservative Supreme Court. We need to take power back by any means necessary because you are a threat. What you represent is a threat. The people that you surround yourself, the pedophiles and the communists that are your moderation team, and the people that you surround yourself with, these freaks, they are the threat. We need to use every mechanism. I will vote for anyone that will promise that they will use every power of the U.S. government to crush these people. Crush them. Demoralize them. Take their assets. Seize their home. Arrest them. Do whatever it takes to make sure that this evil ideology does not ever see the light of day again.
In this world, I know even just a little bit of truth can feel like a life raft. It's why so many of you are in this room, because you meet other people like yourselves and you talk about these problems together and you feel both less alone and closer to the truth. Now, it's fair to say, as I've repeated over and over again, as you all know, that I am not a friend of many people in the Democratic Party. But that's okay. In politics, if you're everyone's friend, then you're no one's friend. But I am here today because the times have gotten very strange and new political opportunities are all around us. Chances for us to push radical political change through an electoral system that right now is going through a transformation. You can feel the changes with every news story. This sense of backlash that's in the air. Inflation is not under control. Data centers that no one wants are taxing energy grids, fueling an AI bubble that may not really replace you, but will get you laid off regardless. It seems like every week, our masked Gestapo, ICE, kills another innocent person. In all my years, I don't remember seeing this much blood on American pavement.
Hey, yeah. Hasan, you are dressed as Mao. Let me remind you that this guy is dressed as Mao. Mao. He said that dressed as Mao. Never let these guys get away with the shit that they're doing. Never. Never let them get away with this. Do not take one step back. Do not give one single inch. Not one single inch on this. I'm just I'm flummoxed. I got to be honest. This speech was worse than I could have ever thought possible. That's atrocious. That is so bad. Embarrassing.
I often say that the United States is an empire in decline. And home, that means we are a nation in crisis. But where so much of Washington sees dangerous instability, I and many of you see promise. I see a real opportunity to change this country's trajectory, to improve the lot of humanity. And I know you feel it too. It's rooms like these that remind me just how many people see right from wrong and want to do something about it.
Nobody in that room can see right from wrong because all those people are evil. How can I make that generalization? Hasan, they're clapping for you. What you're saying is profoundly just destructive and ignorant. There is no justification for what you're saying. You do not represent America or this country. You are a LARPing fool. You are dressed as Mao.
All around the country, we're getting real fighters elected. Fighters who see the crisis and can describe it in clear and truthful terms. This means demanding an end to the endless wars, an end to profiteering off of health care, an end to the rule by people who put the interests of capital over the interests of the working class. It's talk like this that has Washington terrified. It's talk like this that has MAGA terrified. These people in hate movements who try to control our lives are most afraid of popular action, of democracy, of the people. They're afraid of us because of the simple fact that there are more of us than there are of them. There always have been, and there always will be. There are more good, decent people with moral conviction who find it unfathomable that the wealthiest nation on earth chooses to spend its billions blowing up schools overseas rather than building schools in our neighborhoods. Kind people who can't understand why, in the wealthiest nation on earth, there are hundreds of thousands of people who will go to sleep outside tonight, and millions more who live paycheck to paycheck. Hard-working people, frustrated that an honest day of labor delivering packages cleaning counters, or teaching children is no longer enough to take care of a family or own a home. All the while, the world's wealthiest man sits around tweeting racist screeds and unfunny.
Well, yeah, you know what? Elon Musk is incredibly based. But hey, Hasan, do you know what is preventing people from being able to afford a home? Do you know what's preventing people from being able to afford health care? It is the open borders policy that you champion so much. The open borders policy that you champion, allowing unfettered illegal immigration, allowing those people that you don't want to deport, that is the cause. That is the root cause of the problem. You have too many people here that are leeching off the system, not contributing, and that raises the prices. If you get rid of those people, the prices will go down. Yes. So, I don't even know if I want to finish the rest of this speech. This has drained my willpower. This is so unbelievably embarrassing. And by the way, all of this being done with this confidence, while he's afraid of destiny. Yeah. He's afraid of destiny. He's terrified. How terrified?
Like, Twitch would never want to unban them ever again. That, like, Twitch would never want to unban them ever again. Actually, just mentally ill behavior. And I do think that it is coming to a point where maybe a restraining order is in order. Honestly. Yeah. His most popular videos on his YouTube are just about you. Same fate as more Pregasus. Yeah.
More Pregasus?
I got a question. What?
We're barred from going into the event because Hasan spam text to complain to the vice president.
Does this mean Hasan's already here?
Of the college Dems.
Wait, I got a question. What? Does this mean Hasan's already here?
American past. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, I saw this. Kick streamer. Yeah, I saw this. Kick streamer Destiny got banned from the College Democrats of America convention after announcing he would harass Hasan Piker and his audience at the event. Literally actively doxed every single person at
biggest career mistake I made in the last years or two was listening to people insisting on how futile it was to focus on petty interpersonal stuff. Now I'm realizing it was 95% of the behind-the-scenes stuff runs on. I saw him literally encouraging his audience to spam report my sub, now based on zero information, passed on to him via JSTLK. Oh man, JSTLKL. How embarrassing. And his audience members. Zero other large liberal creators will touch this because they are afraid of Hasan and his audience. But I thought there were no crazy people. I thought there were no crazy people.
his location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. This is him at his cult.
I just want to clarify what I was saying here because it sounds like I'm saying that his like live location or whatever should be broadcast or whatever was at protest. That is exactly what I'm saying, and it should be. And he should be bullied. People should scream at him and shout at him and bully him the fuck out of any left-leaning protest that you see. The CCP paid agitator fuck should never be in any Democratic liberal protest ever. If he wants to go hang out with the disgusting, smelly, fat fucking losers, the tanky fucks or whatever, he can go hang out with those fucking losers. That's absolutely fine. Smelly, fat fucking losers, the tanky fucks or whatever, he can go hang out with those fucking losers. That's absolutely fine. Smelly, fat fucking losers, the tanky fucks or whatever, he can go hang out with those fucking losers. That's absolutely fine. Smelly, fat fucking losers, the tanky fucks or whatever, he can go hang out with those fucking losers. That's absolutely fine. Smelly, fat fucking losers, the tanky fucks or whatever, those fucking losers.
Oh gosh, that was a nightmare. Perfect timing. We got a raid from Nux? Wow. Hello, guys. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you guys again. How's Nux doing? Is it good? That's fantastic. Good to see you guys. Welcome. We got a huge support over on Kick from our Blue Jew friend Nux Taku. How you guys doing? Jew is angry he got demonetized. Yeah, it sucks, man. It absolutely sucks. You know, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say about that. It's just, you know, God will find a way. But yeah, that's terrible. Thank you guys for the subscriptions. Thank you guys for the support. Thank you guys coming in for Nux fans. Yeah, we are. We were just watching some Hasan Piker. Man, oh man, oh man, is that brutal. Man, is that brutal.
Scotland during the bubonic plague lost 50% of their population, and since they couldn't import millions of Somalians, worker wages sadly doubled.
Yeah, well, I guess so. Yeah, I agree. Hasan does need to be deported. We were watching his speech at the university. That was one of the worst things I've ever watched. It was an absolute drain and a chore. We're just watching him. We're just watching Destiny. Watching Destiny, of all people, just lay into Hasan.
Location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. This is him at his cult.
I just want to clarify what I was saying here, because it sounds like I'm saying that his like live location or whatever should be broadcast or whatever was at protest. That is exactly what I'm saying, and it should be. And he should be bullied. People should scream at him and shout at him and bully him the fuck out of any left-leaning protest that you see. The CCP paid agitator fuck should never be in any Democratic liberal protest ever. If he wants to go hang out with disgusting, smelly, fat fucking losers, the tanky fucks or whatever, he can go hang out with those fucking losers. That's absolutely fine. But until he has made a public statement that fully accounts for how he was compensated by the Chinese Communist Party for his little fucking paid vacation trip with him and the rest of his little streamer fucks to China, until he has publicly announced and addressed that and talked about it, I have no idea why the fuck you would want this guy anywhere near any of your liberal protests.
Go off, Destiny!
Absolutely fucking out. One of the hugest issues that this country has right now is all of the foreign interference.
Guys, this is one of the rarest things I've ever seen. This is an actual Destiny W. Okay, guys? This is like the rarest of all shiny Pokemon, okay? We get an actual Destiny W where he's going in on Hasan and tearing him a new asshole. I am here for it.
That is just happening openly on all of our social media platforms by the same countries that paid this fucking loser to go and do a shill who couldn't even go through with it. He couldn't even let the guy rape his neck, okay, at the stupid chiropractic place because he knew how bullshit the stuff that he was promoting was. But he was getting paid too much, compensated too much by the Chinese government to say no. Okay, so fuck this guy. Fuck letting him anywhere near your protest. If you want to go hang out with Republicans, go to the dangerous places and get shot, motherfucker. Okay, all of us will clap for you, I promise. All right, go to the Republican places, go to the edgy places, go hang out with tankies or whatever, but stay the fuck away from liberal protests. This fat loser motherfucker, this balding, graying piece of shit, to show up at a liberal protest for 6 hours, you can come and finger wave and virtue signal to everybody else that you do shit, that you matter. You don't matter. Nobody likes you. I didn't want to reveal this, but the reason why I've been off stream so much is I actually gained with my close personal friend. I'll just say his last name is Mamdani, and he says that him and his wife talk shit about Hasan all the time, 24/7. All we do is we queue up Arc Raiders and we run around the lobbies. We just talk shit about Hasan constantly. They say they hate him, that he's a loser, that his hair is falling out, that he needs to up his tier.
Oh my gosh. Listen. I disagree with Destiny on about 99.9% of things, okay? I disagree with Destiny on about 99% of things. But when it comes to Hasan, we are simpatico. We agree. Hasan is genuinely one of the most ignorant, foul, pathetic, balding, unctuous, grotesque, malicious, mendacious, audacious. He is an unctuous freak. He is an inbred, narcissistic, terrorist-supporting sex pest. I mean, listen, I say this about Hasan because it's true. And the thing is, we do not have enough justice in the United States to deal with somebody like Hasan. I will vote. Let me just put this on the record. I will vote for anyone, any politician that comes out and says, I am willing to deport or arrest people like Hasan Piker, these foreign communists that want to embroil us in a medieval blood feud. Anyone who says, I am going to deport these people from these medieval blood feuds, I will vote for that person. I will vote for them. I will support them. I will promote them on my channel if they want. Hell, I'll give them time to do an interview. In my own small, limited way, I will do whatever it takes. Okay? This guy has been such a nuisance for such a long time. And I don't agree with Destiny on a lot. But that is one thing where I absolutely do agree with Destiny. I absolutely do agree with Destiny. Hasan doing that speech dressed as Mao. He's dressed as Mao? Really? That's shocking. Honestly shocking. Yeah, we're getting the mass influx of subscribers. Nuxanor saying, Benjamin Netanyahu, I heard a rumor that Hasan is 2 weeks away from a nuke. Please invest again. Nux. Oh, good old Nux. Yeah, he's 2 weeks away from a nuke. Oh, man. I mean, that speech he gave today at the university, man, that was a nuke to the brain. That was brutal. For those that don't know, I don't know if you watched it on Nux's stream. I don't know what you guys watched on Nux's stream. But I mean, we on this stream, I'll just give you guys a little bit of a recap. We talked about one of the things that we talked about was Andrew Tate decided to dress like a woman and got himself arrested. I don't know why Andrew Tate decided to dress like a woman and got himself arrested. In fact, let me pull it up. So yeah, Andrew Tate is now arrested in Miami. So, I mean, that was, I'm sure that Nux went over that, but, you know, that's what we talked about. We also talked about this speech here. And this speech is one of, I think that if any of you haven't seen this, as unbearable as it is, it's important for you to understand and for you to watch this, because this is absolutely unbearable garbage, but it is an insight into who and what Hasan is. Hasan Piker is the type of person that will go up dressed as Mao Zedong. He will go up dressed as Mao Zedong and give a speech about how the Canadian wildfires are because of global warming and America is evil and it's the enemy. Like, atrocious. Atrocious. Oh gosh. Yeah. It's absolutely terrible. Typical commie attire, absolutely. But I think it's so important that people understand that this is who and what this guy really is. This is who and what he really is. And I appreciate each and every person that invests themselves into A-logging or humiliating Hasan, because he deserves every bit of it. Every bit of it. Should try to recommend reacting to the Legendary series. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my gosh. So, I appreciate Nux. I appreciate him sending over the Blue Jew army. I appreciate you guys coming over here. I appreciate the massive subscriptions. You guys are amazing. Overwhelming support means a lot. It helps the channel. It's just, it's crazy. That's crazy, guys. So thank you. We are the Billies. The Billies. Now, what is the lore on Billies? Like Billy Club? Or is it... what is the lore on Billies? I'm not familiar on that lore. The Blue Chew Army is just called the Billies. Okay. Well, you know what? Fair enough. Ketamine miners. Okay. Well, you know what? Lore doesn't always have to make sense. Yeah. So tell me something. Nuxtaku chat. Has Nuxtaku seen? Has he seen the Odyssey? You got to let me know. Has Nuxtaku seen the Odyssey? He rated a small streamer and he freaked out, calling. No, he has not seen the Odyssey. He has not. Okay. All right. Well, I have. And that's what we were talking about earlier, too. We're talking about the Odyssey. We got Reaper King 774 with the 100 kicks. Thank you for the support, brother. I appreciate it more than you could possibly know. Every bit of support I appreciate. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. It's crap, right? Crap doesn't do it justice. That's an insult to crap. Yeah. No, I was somebody that was waiting for I was waiting for the Odyssey for about 20 years. After watching Troy, I thought, you know what? They're going to give us the Odyssey because how could you do Troy without the Odyssey? But it turns out that it didn't quite happen. Anonymous gifted 1 sub over on Kick. Thank you so much for the support. That is just overwhelming, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate every bit of it. That is overwhelming support. Thank you, guys. That is huge. I can't even begin to thank you guys enough. I can't even begin to thank you guys enough. Thank you. The follows, the donations. Thank you, guys. That's overwhelming. I appreciate each and every one of you who do that. That's above and beyond. So I just have to say thank you. One thing that I will show you guys, for those of you who stick around, we're gonna look at we're gonna go back. We're gonna look at some of the brother. We're gonna go back and look at some of the.
I mean, seriously, are we really? You know,
So I'm off to see.
Let's see. Christopher. What do you feel like you learned?
Okay.
For no.
So I'm. Okay. Here we go. So, I just gotta say, for those of you that have not seen the Odyssey, this is going to be a little bit of a spoiler, but I don't know how you can spoil something that's already spoiled. So
showing his hose to Spider-Man or whatever.
This woman right here, her right here, that's Helena Troy. That's Helena Troy. I will repeat, that's Helena Troy. Yeah, that's Helena Troy. You know the face that launched 1,000 ships? A war that was fought over her? Right. Yeah. Helen of Detroit. Yes. So, if you don't understand fundamentally why it's a problem to change some of these things, now, I'm not saying that you can't even race swap. You can't. Like, in certain roles, like Helena Troy, you could have had somebody that was darker complexion, if that's what you really want, if that's your highest value. Like, they're supposed to look the same. They're played by the same actress. It's gross. It's absolutely gross. But if you want to do that, what you have to do is you have to choose a female actress that actually looks attractive. You do. You have to pick a female actress that looks attractive. If you don't do that, if you don't pick a female actress that looks attractive, you're going to get this. And it's going to immediately turn people off, and they're going to just say no. And that's essentially what happened. You got a lot of pushback because you decided to become subversive. And that's not what you want. It's not what you want to do. Being subversive in certain elements is fine, but you've lost way too much trust with the audience to be able to do that on any sort of real consistent level. So I think that that's also part of it. That you have people that are not willing to take accountability for the decisions they make in these movies. Also, okay, we'll just touch on it very briefly. We'll touch on it very briefly. Our boy Asmongold is gone. Our boy Asmongold is gone. Okay, so let's... Brothers, our boy Asmongold is gone. That's right. He's been taken over. He's been co-opted. That's right. He's become a simp. We've lost him to a CCP spy. So, guys, Asmongold used to be the penultimate chud. He used to be the guy that you look to and go, well, you know what? This guy... You know what? He may not be getting all the girls, but you know what? At least he's based. At least he's based. Well, guess what? Guess what? Asmongold has been reduced to a simp. Asmongold, listen to this. You're not going to believe this.
And we're going to play Roblox?
Do you want to play Roblox? Roblox! Look at Asmon's face. And you know what? I bet you he played Roblox. I bet you he played that shit. All it takes is one girl to come into his house, and he's done. Guys, he's already compromised. Fang here has already gotten Asmongold to basically become whipped. Look what they did to our boy. Look what they did to him. Now he's playing Roblox. But guess what? It gets worse.
Okay, go.
You know what you've done.
Wait. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
This clip, you're not gonna believe this. If you guys haven't seen this before, guys, I don't know if Nux Taku showed this to you, but this is Asmongold singing karaoke. No, I'm not kidding. I'm going to show this to you. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I don't know if Nux showed this to you. This is Asmongold singing karaoke.
You don't think... Okay, go.
You know what you've done.
Wait. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
You say I'm crazy because you don't think... I'm not a singer. I don't sing.
Yes, you do.
I don't
Keep
sing.
Going.
But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one.
What about the yeah?
You really put me in a situation. You're really trying to put me in a situation.
You didn't even try. It's from the new album.
How do you know that?
I showed you.
You did.
Sing it now.
You show me. If it all ended tomorrow, would I be one on your mind? Your mind. And if it all ended tomorrow, would you be the one on mine?
Asmon, I don't even know what to say, brother. I don't even know what to say. It feels like I lost a friend. All it takes is one Asian girl. By the way, Asmon, she's not even your type. Asmon, she's not your type. Your type is 450 pounds. Asmon, you like those S-tier body types. We've already seen that. Asmon, you like those heifers. You like the fat chicks. What all it took is one girl that's not even your type to come into your domain and your lair, and she's already taken over. She's taken over your stream. You're singing karaoke. You're going to play My Little Pony next. Maybe you get some My Little Pony to decorate your room. Maybe she'll paint your nails. Gosh, wouldn't that be just so cool? Man, they massacred our boy, man. He used to be the penultimate chud. And she made him clean his own toilet. She made him clean his own toilet. What the hell? Now, Asman, you're a multimillionaire. You're the star of the show. Everyone is there for you, Asman. Everyone is there for you. That woman should have cleaned that toilet spick and span. She should have cleaned that toilet spick and span for you and said, Asman, your toilet was a little bit dirty, but I cleaned it up for you. Instead, she walked onto your stream and she humiliated you in the house that you built. That was your house. You built that channel. You created that. And she walked on stream and made it all about herself. And she said, Asman, your toilet's gross. It's disgusting. It's filthy. Ugh. She should have been cleaning that with her fucking toothbrush as a way to say, thank you, Asman. Thank you for bringing me on your show, a platform and a channel that I never could have built on my own. And what does Asman do? He folds like a lawn chair made up of paper mache. She should have spit shined that toilet. And now he's doing karaoke, guys. Hey, why don't we listen to it again?
You say I'm crazy because you don't think I'm not a singer. I don't sing.
Yes, you do.
I don't
Keep
sing.
Going.
But when you call me baby, I know I'm not the only one.
Uh-huh.
What about the yeah?
Yeah.
You really put me in a situation. You really try to put me in a situation.
You didn't even try. It's from the new album.
But guys, that's not it.
Signed up willingly by his own choice for Maple Story yesterday.
It's because I'm so excited to.
So he signed
He's
up
gonna play.
willingly by his
Asman
own
Gold
choice
is gonna play Maple
for
Story.
Maple Story. So
He's gonna play Maple Story.
Signed up willingly by his own choice for Maple Story yesterday.
It's because I'm so excited to play Maple Story, and I'm completely not a simp, and I'm not a pussy that's afraid to tell anybody no. I completely signed up for it under my own volition because I heard that the game was really popular, and I wanted to see what all the excitement was about.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
What class are you gonna play?
What is Maple Story? Maple Story is a mobile girl game. Okay? Maple Story is a mobile girl game, and Asmongold has agreed that he's going to play it. So, you know, we lost our boy. We lost our boy. I don't know. It's like when one of your friends gets a girlfriend and you see him go off and he just starts changing, and you're like, oh man. Not our Asman. Not our Asman. What are we gonna do? Look how they massacred our boy. Look how they massacred our boy. Anyway. Oh man. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Poor Asman. You know, although I say poor Asman, he's a multimillionaire. He doesn't really care. He doesn't really care. But yeah. So I'm sure Asman, Nextaku went over what's going on in Iran. I'm sure Nux went over what's going on in Iran. There you go. There you go. I mean, you know what? You play stupid games. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. By the way, somebody in chat said fake. It's not fake. We went over it. I'll actually bring it up real quick. I'll bring it up real quick. We'll do the Iranian. So for those that don't know, we've been at war with Iran for the past 8 days. So U.S. completes 8th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. So that means 8 nights we've been bombing the absolute shit out of Iran. It says U.S. completes 8th consecutive night of strikes against Iran. U.S. Central Command CENTCOM completed. What the hell is? Oh, sorry. That I was like, what the hell is that? Oh yeah, it's launching. So it says right here, U.S. Central Command CENTCOM completed another round of strikes against Iran on July 18th at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time at the Commander-in-Chief's direction. During the 8th consecutive night, so that is one after the other, 8 consecutive nights of us absolutely pounding Iran, pounding their ass into the pavement. CENTCOM forces successfully hit Iran's military coastal surveillance, air defense facilities, maritime capabilities, and missile and drone storage. Okay, I'm going to read that again. Okay, CENTCOM forces successfully hit. Okay, military coastal surveillance, air defense facilities, maritime capabilities. Oh man, yeah, it's Donald Trump's version of Al Zoot. Oh man, and missile and drone capabilities. Damn. Storage sites to continue. To continue degrading Iran's military capabilities. American military assets also targeted Islamic, the IRGC, Guard Corp. So basically, we took out all their shit. Well, we took out more of their shit, and we killed some of their people. Yeah. We killed some of their people because they killed some of ours. They killed, I think, 4 people total. And we killed a bunch of theirs. So it says more than 50,000 U.S. men and women are operating across the Middle East. So they've been absolutely potatoed. And they just, boom, 8 nights in a row. So, I mean, but by the way, you want to see this? Woo! Oh, woo! Look at that. Oh my gosh, it's like a Call of Duty kill cam. Look at that. Oh, there goes another one. Allahu Akbar! Yeah, there we go. Oh, by the way, it's not over. We still got so I showed this before. This is the C-RAM taking down Iranian drones. Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar. Yeah. Yeah. It go burr. It go burr. Yeah.
As a poll, I know.
Yeah, so that's currently what's happening, and the reason for that is because Iran has been getting information from Russia and China on ballistic missiles and how to avoid, our defense system, and so basically they've been making it more difficult for us. So basically, we decided, we decided to basically take it out. So we have incapacitated them. It says Nux didn't cover it like this. Well, that's why you watch different people to get different perspectives. Would that have paid? Would they have paid attention to the times when they said Allahu Akbar and shit didn't work? I don't think so. I don't think that's how that works. Automod is dumb. Automod is dumb, but Automod is also important. So that's currently what we're working on. We got a whole bunch of stories.
Hey, what's going on?
Over. But it's very sad. Yeah, it is sad. It's sad that it has to come to this. It is sad that it has to come to this, but what are you gonna do? Iran is an existential threat to the United States. So, I mean, there's only so much that you can do with that reality. You can't ignore it. I mean, it's not going to do anyone any good. But so I'm gonna run a poll on my YouTube community tab. And we're gonna see. Should we watch the rest of the speech? I'm thinking maybe watch the rest of the speech from Hasan.
Funny joke says people grow his net worth into the trillions.
Boo! Elon Musk is successful. We're not. Boo! Elon Musk makes money. Boo!
I should add that none of this is an accident. The inequality is the design of our system. When you see broken down towns in a state of disrepair, or potholes that never get filled, or homeless people suffering in the streets, remember, this is the design of our...
No. By the way, this happens a lot in Democrat-run cities, so...
Our system. It is not the moral failings of the individual.
Renee Martin says, Nux only raids the best. Well, you know what? I appreciate that. I appreciate Nux for the raid. In fact, let me make sure that I say thank you to Nux. Make sure, thanks for the raid, brother. Appreciate it. Okay, I just gotta remember to say thanks to Nux. Yeah, Elon Musk employs tens of thousands of people. Elon Musk invents things that are of benefit to most people. Hasan does nothing. Hasan is of benefit to no one. I just throwing that out there.
But a whole architecture where the ultra-rich stick their hands in the pockets of everyone else. Just as every person who has no shelter is a...
See, Hasan doesn't understand how to actually build wealth because Hasan has never had to work for anything. Hasan has been handed everything in his life. He doesn't understand the hard work and commitment that it takes to actually build a business. Hasan has no clue. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He doesn't get it. Yeah, his family was rich. He was born rich. Him and his stupid polo get up. He doesn't understand. He doesn't know what it takes. People that are not born rich, they just have no idea.
Policy failure. Every billionaire is a policy failure.
Except for his dad. His dad that was a billionaire, that's fine. His parents that were billionaires, that's fine. It's everyone else. Everyone that's not him, then it's bad.
But just as every billionaire is a policy failure, every congressperson who's refused to change these policies have failed you, have failed all of us. We have placed corporate interests above the interests of the people.
Corporate interest. I do think that there should be more protections for American people. I do think that we should have more consumer rights. But Hasan is advocating a foreign medieval blood feud, holding these issues hostage at the feet of this one issue. Hasan doesn't care about trans rights or anything like that unless it comes attached with supporting the war over in the Middle East.
I say no more, and we say no more. I've traveled all around the country. I've talked to countless people over dozens of protests, gone to rallies, I've gone to marches, I've gotten shot at by my own law enforcement that I pay with my taxes.
You got shot at, Hasan? Was that when you were in a riot and you got, they had tear gas in your direction? Hasan, you've never been shot at. Hasan, you are a terrorist supporter. You support shooting at others. Hasan, you support shooting at others. We have to remind Hasan every once in a while. That's what we got to do.
I'm sick and tired of it. Left wingers, liberals, you need to be fucking showing your opponent's guts on there, okay? You need to be gutting them. You need to be shanking these motherfuckers and letting their intestines just ride on stage. What the fuck is this shit, man? Slice them up. Slice them and fucking dice them. What the fuck is this? You cannot have a bigger fucking layup. You could not have had a bigger fucking layup than a horrible candidate like Herschel Walker. Sure, he was prepared very well. And Herschel Walker actually had a good...
we do need to make sure we do. We got to keep attracting younger viewers that, grow up on TikTok, when they're 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, even though they shouldn't be.
3, it's like all here. Now this guy...
Yeah. So Hasan, by the way, Hasan has a track record of saying some of the most profoundly evil things.
Doing one good thing, which is that, like, if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire fail daughters is, like, in some respects, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like, taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
That's pretty crazy, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. That's pretty nuts. We got Shadow 1869 with a pack it up. 1,000 kicks over on kick.com. Thank you so much for the support, brother. I can't even begin to thank you. Thank you so much for the support. That is insanely generous. That is insanely generous. Absolutely amazing. Are we missing? It says Dank Frappa. I don't know if we're missing things. Okay. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate your support. As always, that's overwhelming support. That's huge. Thank you. Thank you so much. Why is his head so small? Small must be boy eagle. We got matrix manipulation. Yeah.
Salary of, and all I ever hear from the people by my side is no more. And not just, thank you. And not just the no more to Trumpism, but no more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us. No more to the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore. In fact, we have a message. We are coming. We are on boss. We're on bot. We're on bound. And we will become undeniable.
Hasan speaking in front of dozens, tens of people. Hasan speaking in front of tens of people. When there's more of us than there are of you, we will not be broken. Hasan, let me tell you, let me predict the future like I'm some sort of witch with a crystal ball. Your ideology, which is based off of foreign medieval influence, that has a shelf life, a very small shelf life. What is ultimately going to happen is, I think it may not be in the next 5 years. It may take 10 years. But there's going to come a time where your brand of pro-terrorist evil rhetoric is going to be something that is so wildly unpopular that even uttering a syllable of what you're talking about here is going to get you deported. I think that is the future. And you know what? Sounds pretty good. You know what? I bet you if I ran a poll, I bet you that people would be okay with that too. You know, I think that people would be okay with that. You know, and I mean, you look at these people and he's speaking in front of tens of people. I mean, all mentally ill, weird, degenerate. Hasan, it's not going to work. You're not going to build a coalition. Yeah, I counted 30 people. Yeah. Which, by the way, this is Hasan's real audience without the view botting. That's what that is. But anyway, yeah. Okay. What I'm going to do is, I think it's time we play a game. So I'm gonna run a poll on my YouTube community tab. Actually, it might be actually be better to run it on. Can I run a poll on Kick? I've never tried that before. Is it possible to run a poll? It doesn't appear so. So I can't run a poll on Kick. No, it doesn't appear that I can run a poll on Kick. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I can. I just don't know how to do it. No, unfortunately not. I've seen polls on Kick. Okay. Well, then maybe I just can't figure it out. Say, okay. Can I run a poll? I see. This is a learning moment for me. I'm gonna see if I can't. I'm not watching a game. I'm way too boomer for that. Use straw poll. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to run a poll on YouTube. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we're going to run a poll on YouTube. And we're gonna take a look. Okay, view your channel. Okay, what I do is I'm gonna go for all the technology. It's still on YouTube. I'm gonna run a poll on YouTube. Sorry, guys. Okay, all right. Enough me. Okay. Let's see. Poll. Guys, all the older Hitman 47 games are on sale. Interesting. They're on sale at GOG. I'm a guess. My ex ran a poll once. Oh wait, wrong poll. You see, because he meant stripper poll, like he's Asmongold. All right. Yeah. What game? What game do we play? Okay. What game do we play? All right, we play That, or I don't know. What you want to play? Yeah, we got to pick a game, and I'm gonna do Minecraft. Well, I don't want to fucking play Minecraft. I don't want to play Minecraft. Yeah. Let's see. We do Breath of the Wild, or I guess we could do more Hitman. You do more Hitman. I'll run a poll. No Maple Story. We're not doing Maple Story. We do Breath of the Wild, or we'll do Hitman. We'll do Breath of the Wild, Hitman. This is Power World Helldivers. Yeah, Helldivers is pretty good. It used to be. I heard it went downhill. I heard that it got really bad. Yeah. All right, looks like Hitman takes the lead. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna react to a video, and I'll divert into Metal Gear Solid 4. Metal Gear Solid 5. Interesting. Do we want to? I actually want to see. Yeah, I heard that Helldivers is not good. Not good anymore. Okay. Who is live right now? That's interesting. Do you want to do like a? I don't think we want to do like a debate. Oh man, Dean Withers. No. No. No, Dean, no. Okay. What I will do, I am gonna, come on. If the technical issues, Trump just cracked the code. Maybe watch Asmongold 1. Oh yeah. Yeah. I want to see this. I do. I want to see this. Asmongold 1, but Emeru is still in trouble.
Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. Now, this is something I've been following for a while because this is a fascinating case involving many streamers, their corporations, and really it has ramifications for defamation and also a certain type of claim out there. And we're already setting some precedent here in what's been going down. So I'm going to get into today the nitty-gritty of exactly what went down in the latest filing in the Miskiff case. So anytime you see the language that says plaintiff, just put Miskiff's name in there.
Emeru didn't lose, but Asmongold won. He got his case dismissed. It says can't see the game. What do you mean you can't see the game? What's wrong with the game? Can't see the game. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
He's the guy who has brought this claim against the plethora of people that he thinks have wronged him. Now, of course, amongst those, of course, the prime defendant here is Emeru, who is not off the hook. But even with Emeru, her chances of winning seem to be going up based on the latest filing and what happened. And of course, we have the Roach King over here in his glorious rainbow shirt. He was a defendant in this case, but now things have changed in his favor. So what exactly happened? What exactly went down? Well, first we need to get into this law called the Ending Forced Arbitration of Assault and Harassment Act, right? So it is a specific act involving a specific type of, once again, legally, right? We're talking about legal definitions here of SA or SH. And this was meant to keep people who signed pre-dispute arbitration agreements from being forced into silence. This is meant to keep victims from being essentially bullied by these agreements, which they may have signed without really thinking about it, or maybe even under duress, or saying, hey, you're not going to get this job or position, or we're not going to enter into this agreement with you unless you sign this. So essentially, this is to stop victims from being bullied and forced into these secretive agreements that might go down during an arbitration, because arbitration has its benefits, but one of the things is it isn't as transparent. People don't get to see what goes on in that arbitration. So that's one of the key things here. And in this case, we have to focus on, and the judge specifically focuses on the fact that this was meant to keep victims, underline that, victims from being forced into secretive arbitration. So what went down in this latest ruling from the judge in this case? Well, let's look at the exact text here, and this is fascinating. So they go on to say, the judge says, plaintiff, that's Miskiff, claims that the word involving in an SA dispute definition is so broad as to make the EFAA's treatment of SH and SA entirely different. So he's trying to break those things out for his own benefit to make his case. However, both definitions contain broad language involving, related to, but neither sweeps.
Isn't that interesting, though, that the narrative from Miskiff and his side is that Emaru is losing, that Emaru was basically proven to be a liar. Like the entire thing from Miskiff's side, he's such a weasel. Like he's genuinely such a rat. He wanted to make it seem like Emaru had been proven to be a liar, and it just now it seems like there's a chance that she could win, which according to him was an impossibility. It's just very, very interesting.
So broadly as to mean the person alleging conduct constituting an SH dispute or SA dispute, i.e. the person who may elect to avoid arbitration, is in fact the person accused of or denying either SA or SH. Now, this is huge. What this is saying is that the perpetrator, right, the person who is being accused of perpetrating, the person who is not the victim here, but the person who is alleged, right, there's an allegation here out there, that person can use it to their benefit. The law was constructed to help the victim, not the perpetrator, but the construction that Miskiff wants, he wants this arbitration prevention to work for him as a person who was, once again, allegedly by Emaru in her quote unquote emotional truth, the perpetrator. And the judge did not buy that at all whatsoever. Wow. In fact, they go out to say that we're going to reject that argument and take up the recommendation of the magistrate judge.
Suppa Miskiff.
Magistrate Judge Susan Hightower, who gave her recommendations earlier this month. So if you look into this, it says that they adopt the recommendations. So it's ordered that OTK, Mythic, King, their motion to compel arbitration is granted. So they win. So Mythic, OTK, and King, they're getting what they want, which is arbitration. So they're taking a win there. Next, it says litigation of counts 1 and 3 of their complaint is stayed. So that's the counts that related to OTK, Mythic, King. So those are stayed pending the arbitration. So now it's got to go to arbitration as to OTK, Mythic, and King. Because once again, Miskiff can't use this to get out of arbitration. It also says, and here's the catch, that defendant Shunk, that's Emaru's motion to dismiss, is denied. So Emaru does take an L here, and Miskiff does get a tiny W, but there's a but. And you've always got to read the...
There's always a but. There's always a but. You got to read carefully.
But plaintiff Miss Riendo, that's Miskiff, shall submit a more definite statement on or before August 10th. So we're going to have, in just a week or 2, or 2 weeks, Raul, at this point, we're going to have him coming forward with this. identifying each statement that Emaru said which alleges to be defamatory. So he's going to have to go and pick out every single specific statement, including exact quotes from her live stream. So before, Miskiff was being vague, saying that, oh, I've been defamed, etc., but he wasn't.
So let me get this straight. Miskiff made an initial claim that he was defamed and used basically her entire video as the evidence. So the judge didn't dismiss Emaru, the motion to dismiss. She dismissed the motion to dismiss. But the caveat to that, which I do think is fascinating, is that now Miskiff is being asked to provide exact timestamps. So at that point, Emaru is going to be able to go in and she's going to be able to make her arguments about the specific claims and her state of mind and all of that. So yeah, I do think that is not good for Miskiff. Because while it is a W, he is going to have to prove this. And the problem here is that Miskiff is a public figure. Emaru is a public figure. So for defamation, you have to prove the actual malice standard, meaning that he's going to have to prove that she lied and that she knew she was lying, which is going to be very, very difficult to do. So no matter how you look at this, not looking great for Miskiff. Not looking great.
Saying this exactly is the thing. And the judge is agreeing with what we actually said previously on this stream, what others have said, what Asbin said as well, which is what exactly did these people say, Asbin, Emaru, etc., what did they say that is defamatory? Now, Asbin, as we're going to see, is out of this, but even as to Emaru, the judge needs more than what Miskiff has given so far. Then he's got to say, how is it untrue? Because if a statement is true, then, well, it can't be defamatory. And the last part is how it harms him. So even if he's able to say, okay, here's a quote, this is not true, but if it has no harm, then it's not going to be something that's going to be actionable, right? So now he's got to jump through all of these hurdles, even with Emaru. So while he gets that W, he's got to put in work, him and his lawyers, to go through with each statement and say exactly how that harms him. And that's going to be a little bit of a challenge for him. And let's see how his lawyers and him come up with that response. Sure. The other thing here is that Asbin gets the win. It's finally ordered that defendant Hoyt's amended motion to dismiss count is granted. So boom, Asbin gets the W. However, it's dismissed without prejudice, and that's signed July 10th by Robert Pittman, U.S. District Judge. So just in case you guys don't know, and this is very important for you guys to understand with any legal case, there's with prejudice and without prejudice. In the legal context, without prejudice really means without loss or waiver or any right or privileges. So in this case, that means that it is possible, theoretically, hypothetically, it is possible that Miskiff could refile later against Asmongold. So while Asmongold's case is dismissed, it is possible if there were some new facts or something else came out or there was some discovery that came out.
He doesn't have that much money.
It is possible that he could come back and try to swing against Asman again. Now, I don't think that's a wise choice. I don't think that's going to be a winning strategy. But of course, we don't know yet. There may be more discovery where he'll try to find a fact and come against Asman again. So let's turn over to my judgment here. So in judgment, Asmongold has been completely cleared at this point, right? Until until and unless there's more secret facts out there, there's something we don't know. Asmongold's off the hook. OTK, Mythic, King, they get a W with compelling arbitration. And then Miskiff now needs to specifically go through, do the work with his lawyers, and explain how each statement was defamatory, how it was false, and how it harms him. That's going to be a significant hurdle for Miskiff. and then Mizkif still has a chance. So I don't want to say at this point, once again, you never know with cases. They can take wild and crazy turns. So I want to be conservative here in my assessment, saying, yes, it is possible that Mizkif could find some facts and come against Asmongold again. It's possible he could prevail against Emeru. But at this point, his window for victory is narrowing. It's becoming...
Edric Elward, have a great night, brother. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it, my friend. At this point, it may have been better for Asmon to take the L. Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting, though. I mean, the whole case is interesting.
Harder and harder for Mizkif. And this is the point at which I would say to Mizkif, are you really committed to taking this all the way, or would a settlement really make you happy, bro? Would you be okay with some form of settlement, maybe an Emeru apology saying, hey, I framed this in a bad way. I shouldn't have said this way. Maybe I should have framed this in a different way, right? Maybe it shouldn't have been my emotional truth. Maybe I should have framed this in a more objective and neutral way. Maybe something like that, a settlement, maybe a payment. Who knows? Is that an option that might be better for you or better for all parties? I would say, look, Mizkif, your window is closing. Asmongold has already gotten that W over you. How far are you willing to take this?
Right.
But I want to know what you guys think.
Great video from Legal Mindset. Yeah, I find that case to be very interesting. I don't think Mizkif is going to win, but I mean, who knows? Well, we will see. Time will tell. But Asmongold is clear. And guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap things up for the night. I want to thank each and every one of you who came from Nux Taku's audience. I appreciate your support. I appreciate you guys coming here. And allow me to entertain you and you guys entertaining me. The people that donated financially, I can't even begin to thank you guys enough. It's overwhelming. It's just humbling in a way that's hard to really put into words. I don't know. I don't really have the ability to articulate it, but it's just crazy. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a raid ourselves. I think we are. I think we're gonna raid. We're gonna see if anyone is available to raid. No, it doesn't seem like anyone is available to raid. Let me see. Is there anyone to raid? The Asmongold 24/7 channel. No, we don't want to. The Asmongold 24/7. Yeah, I don't see anyone that I really want to raid. When we get a collab between you two, listen, I'm gonna be honest, okay? All right. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest. Nux is a busy guy. He's got a lot going on. So the thing about collaborations. Oh, Ember Paradox. Okay. Okay. All right. We will. We'll raid Ember Paradox. That's what we'll do. Okay. Sure. All right. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. I don't know much about them, but
welcome in, Raiders over on Kick. Hi, how you doing? I'm rambling, so please excuse me while I continue to ramble. I hope you had a wonderful stream. So, 264 million opening weekend. People are normally going to go, oh, that's a fantastic take. Wonderful job. They've done great. Here's the problem. Number one, it needs 500 million just to break even for the production and advertising. So it's 500 million. 264 million opening weekend. Yeah, it's great. It's about half of what it needs to make. Here's the other question. Does this movie have lit? Sure, you're going to get a big opening weekend.
Graham
is the
says,
biggest
"Gift to
weekend
you a
by
subscription."
far.
Wow, that's nice.
Every movie you're making
That's
the most
very
money
nice.
in your opening weekend. That is standard.
Wow.
So, how much does this have legs? How much can it sustain into week 2? Is it going to be like Supergirl, where it lost something like 60 to
Graham.
80% of its audience after the first
Thank
week?
you, Gramps.
And so that audience drops off, and you're not getting that more income. Will this have enough legs to sustain at all over the course of the next week for after opening weekend? We don't know. And when the reviews
All
are
right,
coming out,
very
depends on
cool.
how much people listen
Cool
to
chat.
actual
It seems
reviewers
all
instead of
right.
the paid Shield movie
I got
reviewers.
a free gift.
So
and
depending
sub.
on the legs this thing has, it may
Oh,
or may
man.
not sustain.
That's crazy.
That's factor number 1. Factor number 2 that everybody loves to forget. Oh, they say, oh well, if it earns by the end of its run 500 million, well, it
Awesome.
made back its money. No, it didn't, because the theater typically takes a keeps about somewhere in the neighborhood.
Okay,
of
I'm going to wrap it up, guys.
75%
I want to
money
thank each
that
and every
comes
one
in.
of you for
So
watching. I
$1
want to thank you
that
guys for
made
supporting the channel.